Excellent. Welcome. Welcome, Mr. Krakow. Okay, we have one matter on the calendar for today, a nice easy day to ease in with, and that is Air Liquide Large Industries, U.S. LP, case number 5705-9 for an interim variance. And who is representing Air Liquide this morning?
John J. Allen with the law firm of Allen Matkins is representing Air Liquide.
Good morning, Mr. Allen. And who is representing the executive officer today?
Daphne Sue.
Good morning, Ms. Sue. Now I'm going to ask anyone who may potentially or does plan to testify and give evidence today to please rise to be sworn in. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Today's hearing is for an interim variance, and so it has not been, there's not been time to give adequate notice to the public of today's hearing, and so we are going to have to begin, we'll bifurcate the proceedings and begin with a finding of whether there is good cause to proceed in absence of notice to the public. And then we will deliberate on that, make a determination as to whether we can proceed to the merits. And Mr. Allen, are you prepared, are you familiar with the 4 findings that we need to make for good cause?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And if you'd like to give an opening, a brief opening on good cause, we can proceed.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And is that okay? Sounds good. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, board members, Madam Chairman. Before I go into the quick opening statement, there were some missing attachments to the petition with respect to the specific permit provision, rule provisions for which relief was sought. I've given those to the clerk, and I understand she's distributed them to you. So,
thank you, and we'll mark those as exhibit number 1.
Okay. And also, I did want to point out this was done in considerable haste, the petition, as a result of the discoveries, which we'll discuss in the witness interviews and the statements. But we inadvertently checked under Section 11 that there was other equipment under variance coverage. If you look at Section 11 of the petition, you'll see that that's erroneous. There isn't any other equipment which is subject to a variance. It is only this particular device, which is part of our continuous emissions monitoring system, our laser gas monitor, that is the subject of a variance at the moment. That's the emergency variance. So my apologies for that error with respect to Section 6. Anyway, as you indicated, we're seeking a variance to supplement the emergency variance we previously received. That expires on January 18th. In the interval during which we've been operating, Air Liquide has been operating under the interim variance, they have been unable to come into compliance to restore that device to operate properly. They've used the 30 days diligently, as witnesses will testify, working with consultants, working with vendors to identify what is the problem, what is the fix, how will we implement the fix. And only last week did it become apparent that they have to replace the entire unit which failed. It's a monitoring device. It's basically a targeted laser device that measures ammonia escaping from the operations, and we'll give you some detail on that. That failure means that they don't have an effective means of monitoring ammonia slip. That's what we're going to be talking about today. Ammonia slip coming off the stack from their hydrogen production processes. That unit inexplicably failed on December 17th. No one had any warning that it would. No one had any experience within the Air Liquide groups that it could fail. And so when it did, they sought the emergency variance. Now they need more time in which to achieve a replacement part. It's been determined it can't be fixed. It's been determined the unit that failed, the component, which is a laser, and again, we'll give you more details, is no longer available. And the entire unit has been removed. A new unit is going to be ordered. It'll be installed, manufactured, designed, installed, calibrated, and they'll need up to 90 days in which to do that. During that period, there will be no excess emissions of ammonia or NOx, and we'll articulate more as to why that is the case, just as it was the case when we operated under the emergency variance. So these two witnesses today will be available to provide details with respect to how the emergency occurred, why that's beyond their reasonable control, and why requiring compliance now would result essentially in a taking of property with no offsetting benefits, et cetera. So that's the basis of our testimony.
Mr. Allen, before I move to Ms. Sue, I have a couple of questions. When you first filed this matter as an ex parte emergency back in December, did you indicate that you were also seeking an interim and/or a short variance at that time?
I don't believe we did. I think we were under the impression that we could achieve compliance within the 30 days.
Okay, so the first time that you requested interim relief, again, without notice to the public, was on January 10th?
Correct.
Okay, then you will need to add, either through witness testimony or explanation to this board, why that was diligent in filing and why we should move forward today when we could have been hearing a short variance that was noticed to the public, why we should move forward today with the merits in absence of notice to the public.
Absolutely, and that's precisely why we've got the two witnesses here, because the situation was an unfolding one, an evolving one. When we filed for the emergency variance, there was every confidence that it would be a simple fix and a quick fix, and between the holidays and the diligent efforts, it evolved, and it was eventually determined, probably on Monday of last week or Tuesday, that it couldn't be fixed within the remaining 9 days, as had been anticipated and as had been expected. And we have two witnesses here who will testify to that.
Okay, and that time frame will be very important in that determination.
Understood.
Okay. Ms. Sue, do you have a position or an opening on good cause?
Good morning. In concept, the district is not opposed to the facility's request for a variance, and the parties have agreed on the proposed conditions. Based on the petition, it appears that the facility has been working towards compliance, but only recently discovered that a required part may be unavailable. The district would like to hear testimony regarding a timeline for compliance and more information regarding what they've been doing in the interim to achieve compliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, I noticed that you stood and took the oath today. Did you wish to give more testimony or to pass it to another witness for questions and additional testimony?
I'm not going to provide testimony at this time. However, if it's necessary, if there are questions regarding contractual matters and so forth, I'd put myself under oath if there are questions that you all wish to pose with respect to the impact that would follow from the denial of a short variant or interim variance.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Allen. If you may then present your first witness.
Okay. I would initially like to call Quentin Cox as the first witness. Have you got your microphone on?
Yes. Okay.
Please state your name for the record and spell it.
Quentin Cox, Quinton, last name Cox, COX.
And are you testifying under oath?
Yes.
And where are you employed?
Air Liquide in El Segundo, California.
How long have you been with Air Liquide?
I've been with Air Liquide for about 3.5 years, but at this specific location for about 1.5 years now.
And what is your current position?
I'm the plant engineer.
And just very briefly, could you give us a background, your education, your technical training, and what is it you do exactly at El Segundo, at the Air Liquide facility in El Segundo?
Yeah, absolutely. I graduated from Rice University in Houston, Texas, about 3.5 years ago. In 2016, I received a BS in chemical engineering, and I hold similar duties here at this site here in El Segundo, California. So, being a plant engineer, I'm in charge of our MOCs, management of change. So, whenever we have any changes to the process or anything like that, I do lead that effort. I report directly to a plant manager, and I also work with a lot of our folks in Houston, Texas. So we have process engineers and other parts of management in Houston that we work with in regards to HSE concerns or any other compliance concerns.
And by the way, is the plant manager present here today?
Yes, the plant manager is here. His name is Arun Mahabir Singh. He is sitting behind us.
Okay, thank you. And can you just briefly, first of all, are you familiar with the continuous emission monitoring system that is present at the facility?
Yes, I am.
And in particular with respect to the equipment which is the subject, the laser gas monitor, which is the subject of this variance? Are you familiar with its operations?
Yes.
Okay. Can you briefly describe the, excuse me. Sorry. I think we just need a little layman's instruction here for the benefit of the board. And I'll be brief because I realize you want to concentrate on the good cause and the other factors. But can you just briefly, for the board's benefit, explain what does the H2 plant do? How does it do it?
Okay. Yeah. So our plant is it's called a SMR, a steam methanation reformer. Basically, we take natural gas and we send it to a heater, and it's before it's into the heater, it's mixed with steam, and in that heater, a reaction occurs where hydrogen is produced along with steam. All of our products, all the hydrogen and steam that we produce is sent directly to Chevron. It's important to note that our site is located within the Chevron refinery in El Segundo, California. We act as one of their units, pretty much.
So does Chevron depend on your hydrogen production to meet its motor fuel manufacturing needs?
Yes, they do. So we are the main supplier of high purity hydrogen to the Chevron El Segundo refinery. We supply roughly 60% of their hydrogen needs.
Now, without getting into too much technicalities, the production of hydrogen, which I understand what you're saying is you take a feedstock, which is methane rich, you heat it up, you convert it into basically hydrogen and steam. Are there contaminants, pollutants, emissions that need to be controlled as a result of that process?
Yes, that's correct. With any firebox, there's emissions that come with that. Main ones being NOx, SOx, and for specifically our unit, we have also ammonia emissions that possibly can come from the firebox.
And what's the control technology utilized to control NOx?
Oh, yeah, so we have an SCR catalyst, SCR selective catalytic reduction. And basically what this catalyst does is it reduces the amount of NOx emissions that come from our firebox. The way it works, we inject aqueous ammonia into the catalyst. It reacts with the NOx and converts that NOx into nitrogen and water. And so the reason why we have an ammonia analyzer is that there is the potential to input too much ammonia and determine ammonia slip, and that could potentially leave the stack itself.
So if I understand what you're saying, the catalyst, which consists of some kind of benign metal or other ingredient, is benefited by aqueous ammonia injection, and it takes the NOx and it breaks it down into nitrogen and water to reduce NOx emissions or eliminate NOx emissions.
Yes, you're correct.
And the danger or the reference to nitrogen or ammonia slip, what is that again?
Oh, yeah, so basically ammonia is also considered a pollutant and it's considered an emission. So basically the risk is, as I mentioned, if you pump too much, you can have an excess of ammonia leaving the stack. And so we also have to monitor its concentration as well. So on our permit, we have a 5 ppm 3-hour average limit on NOx as well as ammonia.
Okay, and how do you monitor for the slip of ammonia to ensure that you are not exceeding the permit requirement of the 5 part per million? What kind of device do you utilize for that?
So we do have an ammonia analyzer. It is a laser gas monitor, and it helps us monitor the concentration of ammonia that is leaving the stack. It's important to note that this ammonia analyzer is part of the SIMS unit, SIMS being Continuous Emissions Monitoring System.
And I'm going to show you now a portion of what is the operating manual for the laser gas monitor and ask if you recognize that?
Yes.
Yeah. And I would like to introduce this as an exhibit. Does that fairly describe, in general terms, albeit, the operation of the laser gas monitor?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to make sure that everyone has it and understands it.
Could we just take a moment to make sure we pass it out,
Right,
please?
I'm holding.
Okay, we've received a several-page document, and we'll mark this as Exhibit 2. It's the ASI laser gas DP monitor user's reference from Analytical Specialties.
Right, and is this something that's maintained at the facility?
Yes.
Okay. And does it fairly present the operation of the laser gas monitor?
Yes, it does.
Okay. I want you to turn to the page, which is numbered page 9.
Yeah, it'll be the second page that you all have.
And can you explain what those components are? What is that showing us?
Yes. Yes. So basically, this laser gas monitor consists of two parts. There's a transceiver and a retroreflector. The transceiver consists of a laser that shoots across the stack. So as you can see in the middle, there's an arrow of process gas going in the upwards direction. The retroreflector acts as pretty much like a mirror, and it sends that laser back to the transceiver where there's a detector located there.
And so if I understand correctly, the transceiver, which is on the left side of that drawing, figure 2.1 on the second page, page 9 of this handout, contains a laser. Is there a electronic circuit board in there as well?
Yes, that's correct.
There's technology in there that will direct the laser beam through the stack, which is carrying what? The emission, the gas?
Yes. So the stack that the laser is attached to carries the emissions from our flue gas stack, and so that process gas that you see that's flowing upward would possibly contain the NOx and the SOx and the ammonia.
That gas has already been treated by the SCR?
Yes. So the gas here at this point has already been is downstream of the SCR catalyst.
And the unit to the right of the words process gas in that diagram on figure 1, retroreflector, is essentially a mirror to shoot the laser beam from the transceiver back to the transceiver unit?
That's correct.
Okay, and that provides the basis for measuring the concentration?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to turn to, it's page 11, the fourth page there as well. And is that essentially the same as figure 2.1? It looks to be reversed. I see that the transceiver unit is on the right and the retroreflector is on the left, but is that basically the same?
Yes, it's basically, yeah, a little bit more detailed version, but yes, it's
Okay.
essentially the same.
Okay. And I noticed that the transceiver unit includes a detector and a laser and an optical window.
Yes.
Are you familiar with how those units operate?
For the most part, yes. But we also we brought our I&E technician, or I should say our high voltage technician, Wilson Crawford here, who is definitely more familiar with this system, and he'll be able to speak more to how the laser gas monitor works, as well as the whole entire SIMS unit.
But basically, I understand from your testimony, and I want to make it clear to the board, if it's not otherwise clear, that this laser gas monitor basically functions by shooting a laser beam from the transceiver unit, it's on the right on the fourth page, it's on the left on the second page, through the gas coming up through the stack. The retroreflector sends it back, and then it reads the concentrations.
Yes.
That's how it works.
Yes, that is correct.
So what happened to require the emergency variance? What necessitated the need for that?
So basically on December 17th, during a normal calibration that Wilson was performing, he noticed that the analyzer calibration failed, pretty much. So at that point, when the laser possibly fails like that, we can normally assume that it may be due to like low signal strength or something along that line.
Now, I understand, again, keeping your attention focused on page 4 of Exhibit 2 that's been introduced into evidence, how did they determine that there was a problem? I see here that there's a rotating wheel, that there's an optical window, and there's a transceiver unit. What transpired to tell you that the device, the laser gas monitor wasn't working properly?
Well, so basically during calibration, there's a rotating window, or I should say like a rotating arm.
Is that, pardon me, is that the rotating wheel that appears on the diagram on page 4? It's figure 2.2. I see rotating wheel to the right as part of the transceiver.
Yes, yes, you're correct.
What does that? Yeah, it's called page 11. It's the fourth page of the exhibit. I'll just call it page 11. Thank you for that.
Yeah, so how the rotating wheel works is whenever the analyzers undergo a calibration, they check for, there's a zero check and there's a span check. So on the zero check, the rotating wheel rotates in such that, in a way that it blocks the laser from shining across. And so basically that allows the analyzer to calibrate on the zero. And then there's also a span check. So at that point, the rotating wheel rotates so that the laser does shine through, but it shines through a pre-calibrated gas of a pre-known concentration. For us, I believe it's 20 ppm. And that's the span check. So basically, you're calibrating from 0 to 20 ppm.
So every time that unit is operating, you can shut it down so it's not measuring anything, in which case the unit should show 0 parts per million.
Yes, that's correct.
And you also have a dummy or a model or a cell with a pre-calculated amount, which I think you said was 20 parts per million.
Yes.
And you can run the laser through that, and it will read 20 parts per million if it's working.
If it's working, yes.
So again, what happened on December 17th to cause us to be here?
So on the 17th, when it was undergoing calibration, it basically failed the calibration. And so that was the point where we realized that something might be going wrong with the analyzer in and of itself.
And what did you do, or what was done at the plant in response to the discovery that it wasn't doing zero or span check, it was producing either no result or an inaccurate result?
So basically, one of the first things that we usually try is that maybe there's a misalignment between the transceiver and the reflector, which you can see on the diagram.
This is page 11 again.
Yes, so this is page 11, yes. And so basically, we attempted to see if that was the case because it relies on being precisely aligned for the laser gas monitor to work properly.
And excuse me, but do you mean the transceiver unit, which again on page 11 is on the right, has to line up with the retroreflector on the left in order to be accurate?
Yes, because those two instruments are located on the opposite sides of the stack, so they have to be aligned.
And is alignment occasionally a problem?
No, occasionally not a problem, but whenever we do have failures with these systems, that's kind of one of the first things we try to fix the issue.
And did that work?
No, it did not work.
So what did you do in response?
So at that point, we worked conjointly with Simtech, who was a vendor of the entire SIMS unit, and we worked with them to try to come up with a solution to fix the analyzer at place, so at our site. And we tried, various methods to try to get the analyzer to be fixed. But unfortunately, during a time frame between December 17th and December 23rd, we were not able to get the analyzer fixed. And so on the 24th, we filed for the emergency variance. And fortunately, we were granted that variance during that time.
Briefly, what did you do between December 24th and December 31 to further attempt to resolve the problem?
So for that, I will have to rely on Wilson's.
Okay, we'll have a second
Testimony.
witness testify with respect to what sort of measures were done with respect to that.
And that's the December 24th to the 31st?
Well, that was my initial
Okay.
series of questions, and then I'm going to walk him through from January 1 thereafter, what action was taken between January 1 and the filing of this petition, which I believe was January 10.
Yeah, so on January 2nd, we removed the analyzer from the top of the stack, and we packaged it up to be sent to Simtech directly so that they could look at it up close and personal, and so they could help us diagnose the issue that was going on with the laser gas monitor. So between January 3rd and I want to say the 10th, the analyzer was at the Simtech's facility, and they tried various different methods to try to get the analyzer to work. But unfortunately, they were unable to. And so one of the things that we learned between the time frame of January 3rd and 10th is that one, the laser element in the transceiver itself was not functioning correctly. It malfunctioned and wasn't working as it should. And
Let me stop you there. So your testimony is that between January 3rd and January 10, working with Semtech, other vendors, other consultants as well?
I believe we also worked with analytical instruments as well.
Between that interval, you determined that the laser couldn't be repaired?
Yes, that's correct. Between that time frame.
And did you also inquire as to whether it could be replaced?
Yes, we did inquire that it could if it could be replaced, and what Semtech told us that it couldn't be replaced, and mainly because that the specific laser wasn't being produced anymore.
Did they attempt to locate an existing unit that they could borrow one from?
Yes, and they also did attempt to look for a replacement laser that they could put into our laser gas monitor system, but they were unfortunately weren't able to do so.
And at what point did you determine that you would have to order a new laser gas monitoring system designed, constructed, and installed?
Yeah, so after consulting with Semtech, we realized on January 9th that we were going to have to order a new analyzer so that we could properly measure the ammonia emissions from our stack.
Prior to January 9th, did you still hold out hope that they could possibly find a laser or an entire laser gas monitoring unit to replace?
Yes, absolutely.
And I assume that opinion was shared by your fellow employees, your management, you discussed it with them?
Yes.
And prior to this December 17th event, what was the history of the, we'll just call it the laser gas monitoring system. It's a SEMS, but what was the operating history?
So the SIMS has functioned pretty well for us, honestly. It was installed in 2004, so it's been there since the beginning of the plant. The plant itself was built in 2004, so it's been there with the history of the plant. And beyond that, we perform daily inspections on it, the SIMS unit. During our operator rounds, there is a weekly preventative maintenance program on the SIMS unit that is done internally by our Air Liquide people. And then there's also a monthly preventative maintenance program that's performed by a third-party contractor. For us, it's a company called JDL Design.
And I want to show you a document called Daily SEMS Readings. Is that the description of the operator actions that are normally performed?
Yes, that's correct.
And I would ask the clerk to hand those out to the members of the board. Yes.
We are receiving a one-page document entitled Daily SEMS Readings, and this will be exhibit number 3.
And what precisely does this represent here?
Well, basically, the operators are recording the readings that are being sent to the SIMS unit. And so basically, with these readings, they're able to determine whether or not something seems off. And we have the ability to look at these readings and for example, if they record their ammonia readings and it's, for example, it says that the ammonia emissions are...
Sure.
Yes,
All
Senator.
this additional information, does it relates to the notice of
cause?
the public?
To good cause?
Yeah, good cause. I mean, I don't see that.
It does because part of our good cause findings is whether this could have been anticipated or avoided in the first place.
I'm just saying, when you look at the dates, it doesn't show that at all.
I think they're just showing that they do preventative maintenance and explaining what that preventative maintenance
Like
is.
December 17th is what I mean.
Yes, I understand, but what you're thinking of is diligence and filing and whether, but they're just establishing whether or not they've done preventative maintenance.
Carry on.
So prior to December 17th, you had not had any indication, your staff had not any indication based on the daily CEMS, SEMS, or the monitoring of a problem associated with this unit.
That's correct.
And did you also, you mentioned that you had additional kinds of troubleshooting or other types of preventive maintenance inspections? Mm-hmm. And those have been conducted as well?
Yes, those have been conducted, and I guess for more specifics, we do have Wilson here who's performed a weekly preventative maintenance on a SIMS unit that can speak more to it if you have any more specific questions about that.
Okay, I'm also handing out an exhibit at the moment, which I'd like the clerk to share with respect to troubleshooting and other types of actions taken with respect to the laser gas monitoring system. Let me borrow that for a second.
Looking forward to it.
And this is a two-page exhibit titled Troubleshooting the Analytical Specialties Laser Gas NH3 Analyzer. You've seen this, I assume.
Can you just wait one moment? We're still handing it out. Okay, we have a multiple-page document. In the first part of it says troubleshooting the analytic specialties laser gas NH3 analyzer, and that'll be exhibit number 4.
And what does that document represent?
Would you mind showing me?
Oh, sorry.
one more time?
Yeah, if you've got an extra one, I handed you my last one. Is there an extra one? Sorry. My apologies.
Oh, no problem.
What is that, where does that come from?
So this basically comes from the manual on the ammonia analyzer in and of itself, and basically kind of a guide, a troubleshooting guide based on whatever message that we get on the analyzer and what could possibly be the cause and the way that we can possibly fix it.
Now, having read through this document, I didn't see anything in here that says laser failure, do the following. Was there any anticipation or any reason to anticipate the laser would fail?
No, not catastrophically as it did.
And was there any indication from that document or from any other program that is maintained by Air Liquide instructing you what to do in the event of a laser failure?
No,
Or how long it would take to replace, if the laser did fail, the actual unit?
no, there's nothing that would have let us know that.
So it's pretty safe to say you've never had a laser gas monitor fail in this manner?
That's fair. Yeah,
There
for sure.
are different things that can go wrong with the laser gas monitor, though, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
And this particular exhibit, troubleshooting, instructs the operators what to do with the typical range of problems.
Mm-hmm.
And this was prepared by Air Liquide or by the vendor, or who prepared?
No, this is prepared by the vendor. Yeah.
When you spoke with the vendor after December 17th and prior to January 10, during those occasions, did anyone indicate to you that this was a common problem?
I have to rely on Wilson to
Okay.
answer that question.
But it's safe to say you've never had the unit fail?
No,
And,
especially not since I've been there.
okay, okay. Do you also employ an outside consultant to ensure the operational efficacy of the laser gas monitor?
Yes, as I mentioned, we do have a third-party vendor, a JDL Design, that comes and does monthly preventive maintenance on the unit. So,
And did the JDL, did you say was their name? And did they come up with a solution to this problem?
no. Well, actually, they came up with a solution to install a new analyzer. So they did present us a quote.
And when was that quote presented?
That quote was presented, I want to say, 2 days ago, I want to say.
But prior to that time, they did not, and Semtech did not indicate to you that you would need a new analyzer?
No, not prior to that. I think once we realized that the laser had failed, and beyond that could not be replaced, and beyond that also that that specific laser was no longer being produced, that's when the solution became, okay, now we have to install a new analyzer.
And to the best of your knowledge, what day was that?
What is today's date?
It's the 16th,
Today's the 16th, so that would have been the 9th.
January 9th. And when did you prepare the variance?
The variance was prepared on the 10th, I want to say.
Okay. And so, again, just to be perfectly clear, prior to January 9, you were under the expectation that this unit could be repaired and replaced before the expiration of the emergency variance?
Yes, yes, we were operating under the assumption that we could replace this before the January 18th, which would have been the end of the emergency variance timeline.
So you had 1 day from the time you discovered that it couldn't be done by January 18th, that a new unit would need to be designed, well, purchased, designed, installed, calibrated. And you filed for the interim variance at that time.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, that's the reason why we're here today.
And what actions have you taken in the interim, now that we don't have this laser gas monitor, to make sure that the ammonia slip doesn't exceed the permit limit?
Yeah, absolutely. So we were given.
Oh, I'm not sure if we're going past beyond, good cause.
Okay, we can hold that.
It's important, but.
No, I understand, and I'd forgotten that we've got a two-phase on this thing. Does the board wish to hear testimony on the economic consequences of the failure?
Yes, we need to know that a denial of the interim variance, and what we're talking about
Right.
is only the period of time between now and when this matter could otherwise be heard for a noticed hearing, which currently is scheduled for the 6th of February.
Right.
So the last finding for good cause is that a denial of the interim variance will result in either an increase in emissions, that's not what's going to happen here, or an unreasonable and unavoidable adverse impact to petitioner. So we would want to hear why, if you were denied an interim variance today and had to wait until a noticed hearing could be held on the 6th of February, what are the consequences to you?
Yeah, and that, I appreciate that, Madam Chairman. You understand the question?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, and so I would ask you, with respect to harm in terms of revenue loss or otherwise, if you were forced to cease hydrogen production now because operating otherwise, you would be operating in violation of a permit provision. Can you speak to that?
Yes, that's a good question. So if we had to halt hydrogen production, it would not only become a severe economic effect to Air Liquide, but also to Chevron and its customers. Since we are one of Chevron's main supplier of high purity hydrogen, their ability to make consumer fuels and aviation fuels would be definitely affected. So we believe that the only result of having us halt hydrogen production would be higher costs in terms of vehicle fuels and aviation fuels. And then beyond that, we do have a contractual obligation to meet a certain hydrogen production rate for Chevron. And so tying into that would also be the economic effects to us.
Yes, and for the benefit of the board, I am counsel to Air Liquide. I do understand the terms and conditions of the Chevron product supply agreement, and I will testify, although it's subject to business confidentiality, that product supply agreement includes daily penalties for failure to meet the demand for hydrogen that we receive from Chevron. Now, turning back to Mr. Cox and his testimony, have you attempted to quantify dollar amount if you were forced to shut down operations come January 18, when the emergency variance expires, and had to wait, I'm doing this math in my head, 18 or 19 days until the hearing on the interim variance, 18 days of non-production? Have you quantified that?
I have not as of yet, but I do know it will be a significant amount of money.
Are we talking tens of thousands of dollars?
It will be probably in the hundreds of thousands of dollars for that time frame,
For that time frame?
for the entire time frame. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Now, the rest of Mr. Cox's testimony would be to the other factors you need to find with respect to the hearing on the short variance. So unless the board wishes to hear me exact testimony on that, I think I would go to the next witness.
I'm sorry, what, exact testimony on, because we're going to stick with one witness at a time. So.
Right, exactly. So I'm just saying that the additional testimony that Mr. Cox is here for and to provide is with respect to the other findings that
Yes.
would be necessary.
No, we'll wait for those. Thank you.
I was thinking that was your preference, so let me briefly make sure that you've covered all the points, and I do understand what you're saying, which is that you didn't anticipate the initial failure, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you assumed by
I
giving,
would rather not have such leading questions, if we could, rather than summarizing. If you have any other questions you'd like to ask of Mr. Cox, that you don't think you asked, ask them now, otherwise the
Yeah,
board
I don't
and
think, I don't
Ms.
think I have questions that are relevant to your initial concerns with respect to dollar amounts associated, the consequences of not being able to operate. And I think you, if I'm not mistaken, and I would welcome counsel from the board, what you really want to know more about is why can't the situation be rectified in the additional time remaining under the variance, and why it can't public notice be given?
I think you've asked the questions, and we can ask further questions, and Ms. Sue, if she has any questions, and if you have additional questions after that that come up, then we'll go back to you for
Okay.
redirect if you'd like.
Then I would like to call the next witness.
No, let me, we're going to move on to Ms. Sue
Oh, you want?
for
sorry.
questions. Ms. Sue, do you have any questions for Mr. Cox?
Yes, Mr. Cox, you had testified that there would likely be hundreds of thousands of dollars if we had to wait for a notice hearing, correct?
Yes, if we had to stop hydrogen production, yes.
And could you break down what those hundreds of thousands of dollars are? Are they, for example, like penalties or loss of revenue? Can you please break down?
Yeah,
the
there's penalties involved there. One of the main one would just be lost product sales. And so we sell hydrogen and steam to Chevron. So there's associated costs with that. And then beyond that, there are associated penalties because we have, I guess when I say availability limits that we have that are in the contract that we have with Chevron. So I would say it'd be twofold. There's a side that would be involved with penalties, and there's a side with just lost product sales.
Okay. And can you break down about approximately how much is attributed to each of those categories?
Not right now. I don't think I can. Honestly, I don't want to just throw out random numbers to you. I would say the majority will probably be lost product sales, though.
And for the equipment issue, that the analyzer that has failed, is there a general useful life of the product of the equipment that should be expected?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Maybe Wilson may know what the, I guess, recommended life of the laser in and of itself. But since it's been in working on the SIMS unit, we've had no major issues that will lead us to believe that this was going to happen anytime soon. So.
Great, thank you. No further questions.
I had that same question with regard to the useful life, because it's true that the laser is no longer in production, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so do you know, is it just that old, or?
I believe you're correct. I think it's just tied to the fact that it's been there since 2004. So I do think it might have just been something tied to the age of it.
And based on your experience with other similar SEMS or this SEMS, there was no reason to believe that this would need replacement earlier, given its age?
Well, you make a good point. So the vendor has a list of recommended spare parts, and we have all of those in regards to if anything were to fail on the unit. It's just that the specific laser not only was not on the recommended spare list of parts, but it's something that we believe we would have to take out and send to the vendor to actually get replaced. So it's not something that there are other things that could have gone wrong with this analyzer. That's the point I'm trying to get across. And if some of those other things that could have gone wrong did, and we had the spare part, we could have gotten this replaced. And fortunately, we wouldn't have to have this meeting. But specifically, since this laser did fail, that is, that's why we're meeting today.
Okay. When we're talking about being diligent in filing, and because you did not initially file for a short variance, and so we didn't get the ball rolling on notice, we're looking at that.
Okay.
And there was a week span between when the problem occurred on the 17th and there was a filing. But all this time has passed, and there's been a knowledge that this SEMS is not getting fixed. So I want to understand, you are not the person to tell us why it took from December 24th or December 23rd, when you realized it had to get sent to the manufacturer, and January 3rd to actually send it. Or is that the next witness? Because we skipped over that period.
Yeah, no, fair enough. That would be the next witness, yes.
Okay, so you have no idea why it took that long to send the SEMS?
No.
Okay. Okay, and then you gave us this broad time frame of the 3rd, when it was received, and the 10th,
Yes.
when you filed for an interim variance. But there were a lot of phone calls and a lot of
Yeah.
back and
Oh, yeah,
forth, is that correct?
absolutely,
So there were
absolutely.
a lot of options tried, is that correct?
Yes, absolutely.
And no movement towards fixing that unit, correct? Meaning it's still not fixed.
No, yeah, exactly. It's still not fixed as of right now.
Okay, so during that time, the time is ticking and you know you have till the 18th, but on an emergency where there was never notice given to the public, what made you think that it was definitely going to be repaired when they hadn't in all that time figured out what was wrong or been able to fix it? What made you think? In fact, I don't know if it was your language or if it was Mr. Allen's, but I quoted, you held out hope.
Yeah.
But what gave you a probability that this would be fixed by the 18th?
Well, in my opinion, the fact that we were able to take the analyzer down and have it in the shop there at Semtech, and since they work on similar pieces of equipment, we believe that having the analyzer there at the shop, leaders gave us hope that they will be able to find a solution there and be able to fix it for us. And I mean, Wilson was in direct contact with Semtech, so he'll be able to answer a little bit more about that. Yeah.
Okay, then I'll hold some of that, because I will want to know when during the 3rd and the 10th was it determined or realized that they don't make this laser anymore?
Yeah, absolutely.
And then my last question was with regard to the penalties, the fact that you're going to have penalties if you shut down and lost production. Is that really what you would do if you were not granted the interim variance today? Would you shut down all production? Because, and the reason why I asked that is because from the 17th to the 24th, you continued, right? You didn't shut down.
Oh, yeah, you're correct.
Before you filed initially for the ex parte.
You're correct.
So is that the plan of Air Liquide to shut down, or is it to continue and then perhaps get an NOV and penalties or what have you what is the plan?
No, it's a good question. I will have to rely on that management, because that will be a final decision made above me. But ideally, what we would want to do is just continue on with the conditions that were laid out in the emergency variance, which involve the monitoring of the ammonia injection rate and also the NOx emissions that are coming from the stack. So that was what I was thinking.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cox.
No problem.
Anyone else have questions for Mr. Cox? Mr. Bernstein? Sorry, Dr. Bernstein.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify that last point. So the facility would still be in operation then, as it is now,
Yes,
and those emissions would be monitored accordingly?
you are correct.
Okay, thank you. So there wouldn't be a shutdown?
I think Mr. Cox said higher up management would make that decision.
That decision, yeah.
Operationally.
Right.
Operationally, you're able to operate.
Yes. Right now, we're able to operate. Yes.
There may be a decision, I guess, by management whether or not to shut down.
Right.
Yes,
Just want to be clear on the record. Mr. Balagopalan, you had a question?
Mr. Cox, you mentioned the SEMS was installed in 2004.
Yes.
Was the NOx SEMS installed at the same time?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, all of it was.
Okay.
Yeah. The NOx, yeah.
To your knowledge, do you know any other facilities that have a NOx SEM?
I would assume any facility with a heater or a firebox would have a NOx SEMS, because it is one of the emissions that comes from when you're burning fuel.
And do you know if your NOx SEM was also certified by the district?
Yes. We do our semi-annual radar testing, and all those results get sent to AQMD. So yes.
Okay. I was under anyway, I don't want to testify, but that NOx SEMS is still a relatively new, it was not required till, because there have been issues in certification and so forth, but that's not the case you're saying.
No, that's not the case. No, the NOx.
Not, sorry, not the NOx SEM, sorry, ammonia,
okay.
ammonia.
Okay.
I misspoke. If I said NOx, it's ammonia SEMs I'm referring to.
Okay.
Was the ammonia SEMs installed, did I say, so let me rephrase my question. Was the ammonia SEM installed at the same time in 2004?
I believe so. Which one do you know? Was it installed at the same time? Okay, yes, it was. in
And
2004.
the ammonia SEM has also been certified?
Yes, yes. And there's an ammonia slip test that's done as well, and those results are sent to AQMD. So yes.
When the incident occurred on December 17th, in the ex parte variance that you filed, you notified the South Coast AQMD on the 18th.
Yes.
Why was there such a delay?
So we have a 24-hour window to report. So that's why the delay was there.
And, okay, so you utilize that, okay. Thank you.
No problem.
Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Cox? Senator?
You have a permit to construct and operate, and you document your daily readings in a file.
Yes, sir.
You've been there for how long now?
A year and a half.
How far back in the file do you research to determine whether or not there's been a failure up to date?
What do you mean by looking back, Senator?
Looking back, you can tell what kind of problems you've had. You have a history.
Yeah, I agree.
Good engineer like you would do that.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, we've looked back, I don't know, maybe past year or two, at least, just to see.
Well, the document you handed out, permit to operate, was issued May 9th, 2013.
Yes, that's correct.
And beginning in that time period, I would think that you would be having your daily SIM readings, and you would record that, wouldn't you?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay, so since you've been operating it daily and recording the readings, what have you discovered that could have been gone askew?
That's the thing. We're not sure. We just think it was just a catastrophic failure of this laser.
Well, and since 2013, you didn't see anything that went wrong at all?
No, not since 2013. No. I mean, we've had calibration, failures and whatnot, things of that nature. But there've been things that we've been able to fix. For example, with the transceiver and the reflector being misaligned or something like that. So we've had that happen, but those things can be, easily rectified. This particular failure, we believe, is catastrophic and not something that we can easily fix.
Why did you think they decided to have a daily SIMS reading? Just as
Well, I think we probably had a daily one done just to help monitor the.
well, the SIMS is required, and if it's the permit also says that you must have it. The operator shall maintain all equipment in such a manner that ensures proper operation of the equipment. So therefore, if you have a daily reading, that's what you're looking for, if it's properly operating. Is that correct?
Yeah, you are correct, sir.
And the first time you discovered that there might be a problem was December 17th,
Yes, you're
according
correct.
to the petition,
Yes,
correct?
you're correct.
And the next point that I think we should raise is that they're going to try to order a part. They can't fix the one. They're going to order a new one.
Yeah, we're going to install a new analyzer, like the whole assembly.
You have any estimated time when you're going to deliver it?
We've received one quote.
You see what?
We can get into when we get to the merits, as to
I
how
understand.
long they're looking for. or-
And that's a good point. But you also allowed them to talk about how much money they're going to lose, and the list goes on.
Because that's a finding we have to make for good cause.
Well, on page 8 of the petition, you spell out that you're going to lose about $45,000 a day.
That sounds roughly correct.
It says that they would sustain a daily loss of $45,000 as a result of loss of sales. That's a lot of money, huh?
Oh, yes, sir, that's correct.
And you would also incur a $20,000 restart expense
Yes.
if you shut down.
If we shut, this is assuming, we shut down completely.
And you're talking about $75,000 with Chevron, the contract, or more.
Yeah, or more, yeah. The penalties that we owe to Chevron.
Just do one day with all those possible failures, $140,000. It wouldn't be that much per day, but say it's one day, then it's $140,000.
Yeah, that first, so if you shut down for a day, technically, you're looking at around 140.
Okay, and you got notice in December 17, and then on January 9th, Simtech has not been able to locate the replacement laser. That's on page 6. Okay. It's a long time between December 17th and January 9th. Somewhere along the way, you had, with the daily readings being necessary, required, you were given notice that this is not going to be any quick repair.
Well, yeah. Well, one thing that I wanted to mention, as you all know, it was the holiday, so that did, I guess, in a way, slow down the progress. And I think to your point, Senator, during that time frame, after the analyzer failed, December 17th, we were still doing the daily inspections, but we knew that the ammonia analyzer wasn't working correctly during that time frame.
The permit conditions and does not allow for holidays.
Understood.
To offset the timeline
Okay. Yes, sir.
in terms of coming for notification. I'm just, in my mind, thought you knew or should have known that this can be a problem that's not easy to fix, and perhaps the public should have been made aware of this hearing.
Well, and we'll talk about that in deliberation. But is there any other questions for Mr. Cox before we move on to the next witness, which I think will fill in some of the gaps in the time as well. So seeing that, Mr. Allen, if you can introduce your next witness.
Yes, thank you. The next witness is Wilson Crawford, who's seated next to Mr. Cox. Can you turn your mic on? Is it on? No.
Testing? Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Crawford, could you please state and spell your full name?
Wilson Crawford, Wilson Crawford.
And are you testifying under oath?
Yes.
Okay, and where are you employed?
Air Liquide, El Segundo, California.
And how long have you been with Air Liquide?
June of 2004.
And how long have you been assigned to the Air Liquide El Segundo plant?
June of 2004.
So you've been there 16 years.
Absolutely.
And
I was going to say, he's been there as long as this says.
so far, yeah.
Hopefully I got all the answers.
And what's your current job title? I like this.
Currently, I'm the high voltage technician.
And what exactly, well, give us a little background on your training and your experience to be the high voltage technician. I'm sorry? Oh,
Wilson Crawford, Wilson Crawford.
yeah. Can you just briefly describe your education, your technical training, and a little bit about what it is you do as a high voltage technician?
Okay. Well, I got into electrical in high school. I took electrical trades class in Texas. And after high school, I went right to work. And I've been in the industry a long time. I managed the electrical system from the power to the electronic signals for all the different analyzers in El Segundo. I'm familiar with all those. All the electrical systems for the power distribution. So anywhere with power, I'm usually have something to deal with the billing, the monitoring, maintaining, measuring, I'm the person that usually get involved with repairing, maintaining, and keeping it running continuously.
So is it safe to say that you're generally familiar with the SEMS unit here? I'm calling it the laser gas monitor from time to time. Are you
Absolutely.
familiar with that unit?
Absolutely.
And tell us a bit, when did you first start working on that unit?
My first time remember working on it was about 2010. The windows on the laser, there was an alarm came on the controller that said need to clean the windows. So there's a procedure that we use that to do that, perform that task.
And can you basically confirm for the benefit of the board that Mr. Cox got it right in his description of how this particular unit works, the transceiver, the re-reflector, the window that allows zero and span check to be performed?
Yes. Every day at 7 a.m., it's an automatic calibration where that the analyzer holds the process value, and the analyzer will rotate the rotating wheel to a zero calibration and validate it. And then it will rotate the wheel again to the span, and it will pass or fail again. And then it rotates back to the process condition of monitoring the process that's going out the stack,
Meaning the gas?
the gas, yes.
Gas that's been treated, okay.
Yes.
And what's been the history of the operation of the SEMS prior to December 17th?
It's been very good, but I can recall once or twice having issues with the ammonia analyzer.
Okay. And incidentally, do you work as a high-voltage technician with other members of the Air Liquide preventive maintenance team,
Yes, yes, I do.
and including at other Air Liquide facilities?
Yes, we have 8 other facilities that we manage as well.
So you look at the electronics, the monitoring systems at those facilities.
Yes,
Do any of them employ a device similar to this?
not this one, not this particular one.
Do they use laser technologies to do monitoring?
They have newer laser technologies that's better, I guess it's better,
Okay. Newer.
newer.
And can you just briefly describe what was your role in discovering what happened on December 17th?
Well, I was covering for vacation. I was covering vacation for the I&E tech that's at El Segundo.
I&E?
Yes.
What does that stand for?
I&E stands for the Instrument and Electronic Technician.
Okay.
I was the instrument electronic technician before I became the high voltage technician. July of 2018, I became the high voltage technician. So I was covering for vacation on the 17th. The person was going on vacation on the 21st, so I was getting my going over the details of what I was going to be covering for the I&E tech that was going on vacation. And what happened is we had a failure on an analyzer for the SIMS, not the laser at this point. It was a different analyzer. So I got that analyzer fixed, and during this time, you have to toggle. There's a protocol you have to, once you repair the analyzers for the SIMS, you press a button that calibrates all the analyzers for the SIMS again, and it clears all the alarms, and then you're done. I mean, then the SIMS system is done and back in service. So when I repaired the one analyzer that was giving me problems, what's called stack flow, and then the laser gas analyzer failed on span cal, and that's when I started working on it.
Span being that reading of that cell with the pre-measured volume?
Yes.
It failed, and what did you do in response?
Well, first thing I did was read the alarm on the controller. The controller said, I believe it was saturation of harm was the first alarm that I got. And that means internal temperature of the transceiver or electronic units are in the operating limits. The instrument has automatically been switched off.
What is that you're reading from?
The same, the information that this information right
Yeah,
here.
that's the document that we introduced previously. It's the title, maybe, I believe you numbered it as number 3.
Exhibit number 2? Was that number 2?
Number 4, thank you. Just, that was a test. Okay, so that's what you initially thought was the problem.
That's what I thought initially. Well, that is the problem that the controller alarmed.
Okay.
Saturation.
Can you just briefly, between December 17th and the time that we filed for the emergency variance on December 24, describe what it is you did, with whom you did it?
Okay, well, on December 17th, I notified JDL is our monthly maintenance support. I notified them to have them to come out because to do anything, it takes 2 people, at least 2. The sensors, the transceiver and the reflector are 80 feet, and the controller is on the ground. So I notified JDL Design, that they're a contract company that supports me during for support, and they do some monthly maintenance for us as well. So I notified them, had them to come out to help me, and I notified the Spectrum Analytics is the representative that's selling the instrument right now. And it's a new brand, but it's not Analytical Specialties anymore, it's Spectrum Analytics. And after that, I notified Simtech. I know they had a technician that was really familiar with the analyzer as well. But I wasn't able to get a hold of the experienced analyzer, the experienced technician. But the field service person did get me a person that tried everything that they thought we could try to do, from looking at the diagnostics and communicate. Yeah.
Is this all still that first day, the 17th?
Yes. On the first day, I talked with the manufacturer and the Sims manufacturer.
Okay, now can you just, and again, briefly, because I want to get to the board's concern, which is, when did you become aware that you would need more than the time for the emergency variance to fix this unit? Briefly, what did you do between December 17th and December 24th when we filed for the emergency variance?
Well, almost every day in my phone, I was looking at my log, almost every day I talked to all 3 support groups. And with this analyzer, well, with the alarm that I had, saturation of harm was the first alarm that I needed to clear to get the analyzer to work. But the analyzer wasn't responding accurately when I did 0 or span, or just reading the process. It was, the number wasn't what I expected and wasn't giving me what I expected to get.
And what did your consultants that you mentioned, what did they do to facilitate?
Well, I uploaded files and I sent them to them, and I took pictures of the spectrum of the laser and sent it to them. And they asked me to do several different types of resets, move the absorption line. That's when the laser is pointed at the reflector, we can move that line by manipulating numbers from the transmission signal, and that's with software. So we tried, moving it up and down, left to right. We got signal strength, but we didn't get ppm. So that was always the issue. It was just, at this point, the laser is working, but it's not working to the point to where that you get a calibration done.
So I understand then on December 24, the decision is made and the emergency variance is filed, correct?
Yes.
And what did you do after you got the emergency variance, which I understand gave you from December 18 to January 18 to solve the problem. And
Yes.
again, as briefly as you can, variances in hand, what are you doing Christmas Eve and on in through New Year's and into the first week of the year?
Yep. I communicated with the plant manager, and what we did, we talked with the manufacturer, and we exhausted all the alarms that the analyzer was giving us. We changed circuit boards that we had on site, and tried to rejuvenate the analyzer. Of course, we cleaned the windows and realigned the laser. Let's see what else. That was it. We tried, like I said, we exchanged data. I sent files. We sent pictures. We sent text messages back and forth.
And this was all between December 24 and, say, January, start of the year?
Well, right at well, to the 31st, yeah.
And at what point, if there was a point, did you determine that you had to remove the equipment?
That was on the 2nd, yes. January 2nd, yeah.
And what did you do then?
Well, at that point, we said, well, we could get it to Simtech, and their specialists we can do the troubleshooting there at their site, and try to get a path forward to get beyond the alarm of saturation of harm, and eventually we got to the point where there was nothing but laser failure.
Did you have any reason to believe on January 2nd that Semtech or some other outside consultant couldn't solve the problem before the 18th?
Well, we weren't sure, but we tried everything that we could try. We consulted with everybody that Semtech knew. That the OEME is in Norway.
I'm sorry, did you say OEM?
I'm sorry, the OEM.
That means the original equipment manufacturer?
Yes, they're in Norway, and to replace the laser is just almost a non-option, because the device is you'd have to send the whole device to Norway.
At what point did you determine, or were you told, that the laser would have to be replaced?
It was that we exhausted all of our possibilities on, I believe it was on, I text Quentin, I don't remember, I got to look at my phone.
Was it in January?
It was in January,
It's
yes.
really critical that, for the benefit of the board, that you fix that date. Was it prior, it was in January?
It was in January, yeah.
Was it after New Year's?
Yes.
Okay, and it was before January 9?
I have to look and see, I can look and see.
If the board wishes, we can do that. But somewhere in that week of January 2nd or 3rd and January 8th or 9th.
Yes.
In that time span.
Yes.
You made the decision
Well, it was Monday, yeah.
that you can't find a laser.
Yeah, that's right, I couldn't find a laser, and we exhausted all the possibilities of getting it repaired.
What about ordering a new unit? Did it become apparent to you that you would have to order a new unit?
I communicated with Quentin and the plant manager, yes.
And do you remember when that communication occurred?
Same day.
Okay. In terms of its prior history, and again, I don't want to go over this ad nauseum, but you'd never had a laser failure?
Not laser fail. Cleaned the windows, realigned the flanges, and realigned the laser. That's about it.
And did the vendor or the consultants indicate to you that they'd had experience with laser failure?
Not laser failure, everything else, but not laser failure.
Okay, and again, with respect to replacement, why couldn't you go online? Doesn't Amazon sell lasers?
Yeah, but it's this laser is it's a patent, and it's not any just not any laser. But the technology has changed tremendously since we purchased this analyzer. I mean, for this particular laser path analyzer, to the new one is not even, it's just totally different.
And again, at some point, either the OEM or the consultant or one of the outside sources you went to told you, we can't fix this unit.
That's right.
And you think that was somewhere between January 2nd and the date you filed?
That's right.
And at some point, did you form an opinion as to how long it would take to get a replacement?
Yeah, we asked, yes.
And when was that?
I believe it was, when I asked how long would it take, it was months.
Okay. But you don't remember exactly that date?
After that Monday, when was Monday? Monday was the 13th?
This Monday was the 13th.
The 13th, yes. It was Monday.
Council, when you say replacement, you mean replacement?
I'm sorry, first of all, Mr. Krakow, you need to put on your microphone to speak. I don't know if we told you that during training.
I can hear you.
And also, if you have a clarification question, just let me know. No, we need it on,
So Chair, can I ask a clarifying question?
yes.
When you say replacement, you mean replacement analyzer?
Yes, a replacement laser analyzer, yes. As opposed to simply replacing the laser, the actual laser gas monitor.
Yeah, and you can't replace just the laser.
So,
I can't, Simtech can't. We'd have to send it to the OEM, yes.
and again, without being overly repetitive, when did you realize it was going to take longer than January 18th to get this fixed?
Monday, yes.
And in terms of history, again, you're not aware of any prior instances in which this laser gas monitor would fail
Not with
respect to the laser?
not the laser failure, no.
And you've had opportunity to discuss this within your group?
Yes.
This sort of failure occur elsewhere at other Air Liquide facilities?
We have single point of failures, but not this analyzer.
Okay. Earlier, Mr. Cox testified that this was a catastrophic failure. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I agree with that, yes.
Are there other kinds of failures?
Yeah, it can melt or catch on fire or other catastrophic failures, yes.
Okay, but the failures that are not catastrophic, they're addressed in that exhibit, that troubleshooting exhibit that was handed out that you referred to earlier?
Yes.
Okay. How long do you need the variance to remain in effect?
Let's hold that for,
We'll hold that for
for
the
the
show.
merits, should we get there.
Okay. Let me just look briefly here, but I don't think I have further questions of this witness.
We're going to take a break, though, before we get to board questions and Ms. Sue's questions. so-
Actually, yeah, before I go off there, I did have one other question.
Okay, why don't you do that, and then we'll take
Yeah,
our
I can
break.
do that very quickly. I want to show you an exhibit which I intend to introduce and ask you, can you identify what that is?
It's a parts list from 2004 when we received the SIM system.
Okay, and
Just wait until we've handed it out, and then you can speak. We've received basic spare parts, it says on this single sheet, and we're going to mark this as exhibit number 5.
okay. Now, with respect to exhibit number 5, can you identify that, please, for the record?
Yes, it's the SIMS. It's the lower section beneath the line. Let's see, the first 3 components are on the NOx analyzer, but the last 6 items are for the ammonia analyzer, the laser gas analyzer.
So what are those? Are those parts that are kept in inventory?
Yes.
I don't see laser on there.
No, the laser is not a spare part, no.
Is there a reason why the laser wouldn't be kept as a spare part?
Yeah, because the engineers that have the patent That's what they do. They assemble it.
They won't let you keep a
No,
spare?
no, not.
Okay.
I mean, I couldn't configure it.
Okay, that was the last question.
Okay, we're going to take a break. Before we do that, I neglected to ask a basic question. No one signed the petition? Who filled out the petition? Just want to know.
Yeah, he signed it.
You did?
Yeah, there should be a signature with the letters QC in the right-hand corner. I've got a copy, I can bring it to the
It's
clerk.
okay, I don't need a copy. I wanted to know who signed the petition. You have it signed?
It bears the signature of Arun Kabir Singh. Yeah.
Oh, okay, so not where, okay,
Okay.
I see. Wait, okay, under a different place you did.
Yeah, this was done in considerable haste, as evidenced by the fact that you should have
Okay.
got a red
So
line.
you signed it under
I didn't.
fee, declaration for reduced fee eligibility, but you didn't mean to do that, correct? Okay, so it's, okay, so
No,
it was Mr.
this was done in considerable haste, as I'm
Mr.
hoping the
Cox.
testimony would
Okay,
explain.
okay. We're going to take a 15-minute break, and we'll be back on the record if everyone could be present at 10:40. So we're off the record.
Good.
Yeah, these lights aren't working down here.
Mr. Allen?
We're back on the record, and when we left off, Ms. Sue is going to ask questions of Mr. Crawford.
Good morning. I believe you had testified that at a certain point you had written to Mr. Cox regarding a need to send the analyzer to the manufacturer, is that correct?
Yes.
And feel free to refresh your recollection and look on your phone if you need to, just to tell us the specific date.
Okay. Yes, January 13th.
And that's to replace the entire analyzer, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a typical lifespan for the laser itself?
They're still working in other places.
Okay. And did the manufacturer indicate a typical lifespan for the actual laser component?
Well, the manufacturer that I'm talking to is a sales, is a sales group. They're not the one who built it. They're just the sales for the. But I never asked. When if it became obsolete. They mentioned that. I think it was 5 years ago that it became obsolete.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
I now realize you did not fill out the petition, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you help with the petition, with any of the dates or the information?
Yes.
Okay, and you have seen it?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to nail one date down, and on page 2 of the petition, do you have it in front of you?
Okay.
Under good cause, going a little more than halfway down that discussion to the date of December 23rd. And it discusses the troubleshooting in the second sentence, which refers back to, in December 20th, the remote troubleshooting was fruitless. And petitioner concluded that the best course of action was to remove the instrument and ship it to the center shop for repairs. Do you agree with that?
I tried to get her technician, the one that was really familiar with the analyzer, to come to our site, but it wasn't. We couldn't get him to come to the site, so I had to. We removed the analyzer and took it to their shop.
Okay. So, and on the 23rd, do you agree that the decision was made that the instrument had to be removed and shipped?
Well, we kept trying. We kept trying after that to get it to respond to some clear the alarms and get to the next step to passing calibration, but we did not.
All right. Is that different from the remote troubleshooting that had been that had occurred previous to December 23rd and was found to be a failure?
At that day, yes.
That was when you decided it was a failure.
No. That day, we couldn't get it with the Simtech personnel. That was I believe he was in. When I talked to him, he was in Salt Lake City. So we were over the phone conversation, and he was pulling up the manual, and we were going through the alarm history and what have we've done and tried this, XYZ.
And that day was the December 23rd?
That date was, let's see. So I talked to him briefly on the 20th, And I talked to him again on the 23rd, is right, yes.
Okay. And so the original question I had asked was, do you agree that that was, as is written here in the petition, that that was the date that petitioner concluded that the best course of action was to remove the instrument and ship it to Centrex, sorry, to
Simtech,
Semtech
yeah.
for repairs?
That's what they wanted to do, but
Who's they?
Simtech,
Okay, what I just read was petitioner, which means Air Liquide,
yes.
concluded that the best course of action was to remove the instrument and ship it to Semtech. Do you agree or disagree that that decision was made on that date?
No, it wasn't made on that date, no.
Okay, so as of that date, you had not decided to ship it to Semtech,
Not that date, no.
even though it was written in the petition?
Well, we were trying on the 24th, the day before Christmas and after Christmas. We were still troubleshooting and trying to get the analyzer to work.
Okay, and you had filed for the variance?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay, and the reason why you filed for the variance was because you realized that the troubleshooting was not working, is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay. Can you tell us why it took from December 24th to January 3rd to get that, well, actually from the 23rd to January 3rd to get it into the hands of Semtech?
Mainly because with the process, with the analyzer in our process, and the toughest part is getting the flanges, getting the alignment where the laser will respond. That took a day, and and by the time I actually got it, we were ready to call it a day, and we got the alignment aligned right before dark.
I'm sorry, you need to align something in order to remove
laser.
it and
Yes.
put it?
Yes.
Because that took a day.
No, I'm saying that particular part just took a day. Just aligning the laser to the reflector.
Okay. And you had to do that to remove it, to send it to Semtech?
No, to get it to have a signal strength to shoot across the beam. I mean,
Okay.
to shoot across the.
This was part of your troubleshooting, what you're explaining now? Okay.
Exactly.
My question is, why did it take from December 24th to January 3rd, when a decision had been made to send it to Semtech, to actually physically send it to Semtech?
Well, it's my job to repair it, and I felt like we could get it fixed.
Okay. Okay. So you made a determination on your own from December 24th to January 3rd or 2nd was when it was uninstalled,
Not
to
on my own.
continue the troubleshooting.
Well, with my manager and plant engineer as well.
Okay. Okay, maybe we'll go back to Mr. Cox at some point, because what I'm reading here is that the troubleshooting occurred and it was fruitless. That's the words used in the petition. So I'm trying to understand why yet another week plus was spent trying to fruitlessly, in your words, troubleshoot rather than getting this fixed so that we didn't have to be here today. Okay, so I guess that was really my question, but we'll go back at the appropriate time to Mr. Cox. Does anyone else have questions for Mr. Crawford before we do that? Mr. Balagapon, Senator?
Well, for Mr. Crawford. Oh, yeah. You were substituting for somebody who wasn't going on vacation,
Yes.
but it's still your responsibility,
Yes, I assume the responsibility, yes.
and you're continuing the responsibility.
Yes.
So have you placed a purchase order for the new unit? Have you
I can answer that question. So we received one quote from JDL. We're still waiting to receive a quote from Simtech. At that point, we'll be issuing a PO for the new analyzer. So to answer your question, we haven't.
Are we going beyond good cause, or did you have questions with this related to one of the good cause findings?
I should stick to good cause. I'm sorry. Thank you for reminding me that. Actually, one other question, maybe, Mr. Allen, because I was looking at Exhibit 1, and I don't know if you're familiar, and it refers to condition D82.2. Mr. Crawford, are you familiar with the conditions on the facility permit?
Somewhat, but I rely on the plant engineer.
Okay. It's just missing, it says shall install and maintain a SEMS to measure the following parameters, and it's blank after that. So,
The page is missing.
yeah, page, probably the next page, page 31.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that. I've got a copy of the permit here. We can provide that. I didn't realize I was missing that. What page number is it?
This is page 30, section D.
Yeah. Oh,
I want to make sure that the permit does say both for ammonia and NOx SEMS.
yeah, I'm looking at the permit as well, and I'm not seeing on page 31 that there is anything. It goes to section D. Yeah.
So where it ends with that condition, because you're asking relief from this condition, 82.2, D82.2.
Oh, that, where is it? Yeah, it's blank on the permit.
It's blank on the permit? Okay.
I'm reading page 31. It says operator shall comply with the terms and conditions set forth, NH3 concentration in ppmv, and it's blank, shall be corrected to 3%. It doesn't appear there. We've always assumed that it was 5 from the prior permit.
Yeah, it is 5 from the other condition, but
Right.
the reference to also have ammonia SEMS
Mm-hmm.
is, and I don't,
Yeah.
that's what I'm trying to.
Yeah, I'm just saying on the permit, if you read it, the missing page, which is page 31, isn't helpful. It doesn't give a number.
Okay, maybe we can ask district
Yeah,
staff on that.
Yeah, we didn't
Yeah.
prepare the permit, of course.
Okay, that's all I had, thank you.
Good question.
Dr. Bernstein was asking, did we establish who filled out the petition? Yes, Mr. Cox did.
Yeah, that's.
That's it, okay. Senator, did you have questions for Mr. Crawford?
This is a general question. Either one of those persons have been sworn in and can answer it.
Oh, okay, so you don't have a particular question for Mr. Crawford?
It's regarding the time.
Okay. At this point, I think we can ask the questions
Yeah,
regarding to the good cause findings, and whoever can answer it. Please identify who you are before you
Mr.
answer.
Crawford can answer this one too. He said he participated in preparing the variance request, the petition.
Yes, I'm saying you might ask your question, and whoever
Therefore-
is going to be able to answer it will answer.
Were you in the process of preparing the interim variance also?
The variant,
Yeah, the first interim variance.
I gave some input, yes.
Okay, were you aware that it's recommended at that time that when you file for an interim variance, you can file for a short or regular variance at the same time?
No, I wasn't.
The question was when you filed for an interim, whether you could file for a short?
They recommend that you file for a short.
They did file for a short, and it is
At
on.
the same time.
They did for the interim. The question is why, when you first petitioned for an ex parte emergency variance, why at that time a short variance was not sought or an interim variance?
Yeah, I'm not able to respond to that. I didn't prepare the ex parte, so I don't know the answer to that question. I'm not sure anyone here does.
Then they would have had time to give notice if they had done that.
Right, that's why we're asking all these questions with regard to good cause today.
Right.
Okay, since we're opening it up to either Mr. Crawford or Mr. Cox, Mr. Cox, do you have any response to the question of, looking at page 2 of the petition, and I'm seeing that as of December 23rd, it was stated that the troubleshooting, the remote troubleshooting that was referred to on the 20th was fruitless. Do you agree with that statement?
We're saying it was fruitless.
On December 23rd?
On December 23rd, troubleshooting at the best coast, remove the instrument and ship it to Simtech. So I do agree that they had been working on the analyzer, and yeah, that could at that point in time, we're not having much success. During this time frame specifically, I will have to rely on Wilson's judgment there because I wasn't at the site at the time on December 23rd.
Okay, but you also said the petitioner concluded that the best course of action was to remove the instrument and ship it to Semtech Shop for Repairs. Are you agreeing that what you wrote in the petition for December 23rd is correct?
Yeah, I'm agreeing that we filed for an ex parte emergency variance on that. We chose to file for that on that day, December 23rd.
And the reason why you chose to file on that day?
Mainly because the repairs that we were doing, we didn't think we were going to make it within the 96-hour time frame. We weren't going to be able to repair it in a timely fashion. And so that's why we filed for the emergency variance.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions on good cause? At this time, I will open it up. Mr. Balagapalli.
Mr. Cox, so Mr. Crawford said that while, you made that it was fruitless on the 23rd, but Mr. Crawford, with the concurrence of management, appears still continue to work on it, trying to, before deciding to uninstall it on January 2nd. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, that's my understanding, yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on good cause for either Mr. Cox or Mr. Crawford? Yes, Mr. Krakow.
Between the 24th and January 2nd and 3rd, when the instrument was uninstalled, this is during the holidays, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did the holiday season make it a bit more difficult to communicate with Semtech and JDL during this period?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions on good cause?
If it would benefit the board, and I think it might, I would like to call one other witness, if that's appropriate.
Yes, it's up to you who you'd like to call with regard to good cause.
I didn't want to interrupt if you had something else you wanted.
No, I was going to turn to you if no one else had questions for Mr. Cox or Mr. Crawford and ask if you had any other witnesses for good cause you wish to present.
Yeah, I would, in light of the board's questions, which we've taken into consideration very carefully, I would like to call the plant manager, who happens to be here, Mahir.
Did this
Mohabit
gentleman
Singh.
take the
No,
oath
we'll
today?
have to put him under oath.
Okay.
Could you, if you don't mind, Winter, could you just move over to where Arun is sitting? And then we'll have him sworn in. This is very short.
Okay, before you have a seat, you can raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Please state your name for the record and spell it, because I think we'll have a little problem with that.
Morning. My name is Arun Mahabir Singh, A-R-U-N. Last name Mahabir Singh, M-A-H-A-B-I-R-S-I-N-G-H.
And are you testifying under oath?
Yes, I am.
Where are you employed?
I am employed with Air Liquide Large Industries at the El Segundo SMR.
And how long have you been with Air Liquide?
I have been with Air Liquide since June of 2014.
And how long have you been at the El Segundo facility?
I've been at the El Segundo site since August of 2019.
And I believe you said you're the plant engineer, is that correct?
Sorry, I'm the plant manager.
Plant manager, sorry. And just very shortly, your technical training, your background.
Yes, I have a BSc in mechanical engineering and MSc in environmental engineering, and 15 years of experience in industry, power plants, and SMRs.
And I believe you heard the testimony today that's previously been provided by Mr. Cox and Mr. Crawford. Is that true?
It is true. There is some probably clarification I'd like to present as well.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Mahabir Singh. In particular, I'd like you to respond to questions that were raised with respect to the consequences of not getting the interim variance, which we're here to seek today. The questions were asked with respect to, would Air Liquide cease operations? What would it do as a consequence? And that goes to the impact of not having that variance. Could you please explain that?
Yes. So I would first say that it's not Air Liquide's environmental policies to exceed. It is our policy to meet and maintain all permit conditions. So we will not knowingly exceed or violate any permit conditions knowingly. However, based on the questions that was asked, it is also not in Air Liquide's financial interest. It's not in our best interest at this time, based on the financial information presented of that $45,000, the penalties involved to shut down. I believe a shutdown for the facility due to this not meeting a permit condition, should a variance not be granted, would cause financial implications to the company, to our customer Chevron, and then that could also be passed on to the public because of there's a high demand right now from our customer for the hydrogen from us.
Thank you. And were you involved in the preparation of the ex parte variance application?
Yes, I was involved myself and our environmental specialist.
And with respect to the interim variance application, were you involved with that as well?
No, I was on vacation.
Okay. And with respect to the need for the interim variance, when did you become aware that the time authorized under the emergency variance would not be adequate to remedy the problem with this particular equipment? When did that information reach you?
So I was at the site until December 27th. Mr. Cox was on vacation, so myself and Mr. Crawford, we were in constant communication because we were very concerned with not having this analyzer in service. Between myself and Mr. Crawford, we were calling vendors, Chemtech, Semtech, as well as analytical specialties to try and get support. But because of the holiday season, it was very difficult to get a hold of people. Calls went to voicemails unanswered. So based on the questions you asked, every time I asked Mr. Crawford if he felt that he could have got the equipment repaired, Mr. Crawford was confident that he could have gotten it repaired. So it became evident that it was not being able to be repairable in the January timeframe that was presented.
Meaning the first week in January?
Correct, the first week of January.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Sue, questions for Mr. Mahabir Singh?
Good morning. So who decided that the entire unit should be shipped to Semtech?
So we were trying to do online repairs at the site, and between the last week of December is when the decision was made to pull the analyzer out and send it, which would be December. I would like to believe it would be December. December 30th was a Monday or Tuesday. So the analyzer was decided to be pulled right after the New Year.
My question was who decided this?
It would have been a decision between Mr. Crawford and Mr. Cox with communication with me.
Okay. And then, could you please repeat, I know you were testifying, so what date was this decided?
The decision, I would have to refer back to Mr. Cox because I was on vacation and I was just looking, looking at emails. So it was either the last week of December or the first couple of days in January. I don't have the exact date.
Okay. And so on page 2 of the petition, it does mention that, on December 23rd, it was concluded the best course of action was to remove the instrument and ship it to the Semtech shop for repair. So is this an erroneous statement?
Yes, I would like to say that was, as I said, the ex parte petition was done between myself and our environmental specialist, and then this petition was done between Mr. Cox. So that's why there's some discrepancy there. So I apologize to the panel. But yes, that was at December 23rd. I was still around. Mr. Crawford and myself, being Mr. Crawford, he was still working, actively working. We were still making calls. I was still at the facility until the 27th, so I was in constant communication with Mr. Crawford, and we were still trying to get vendors. I was able to get a hold of someone in analytical instrumentation on December 30th. So that's how I know we were, the December 23rd, the decision was not made at that time.
So basically, you're sure from up until December 27th, no decision was made to actually ship the unit?
I am 100% sure we did not make a decision.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Questions for Mr. Bahag Singh?
Yes, Mr. Mahabir Singh. Who reviews the permit, the Title V permit? Is that your responsibility to review the permit and make sure the permits are?
I believe you're referring to the petition, is that correct?
No, just in general, the Title V permit.
So, yes, everything in the facility is under my portfolio, but I do delegate that to the plant engineer.
And I'm a little concerned on that one condition.
Okay.
It says, shall monitor and have SEMS for the following, and it doesn't say you have to do ammonia SEMS.
Are we going into the merits?
Yeah, in a way, because it's a fundamental, if they didn't have to do it, and it's not,
Okay. Oh, we're just trying to determine whether they're in violation.
Violation, yeah, that's.
Good point.
And because I'm also based on my background, that I think Mr. Cox said, and maybe Mr. Croft, that the SEM has been certified. I happen to know that the district is still working, and maybe as far as 2018, I know there was a presentation I attended, or I had a copy of, and I checked it while we were on break, that the AQMD was still working on a SEM certification for ammonia, and they were looking for test facilities. While there were a few facilities that had SEMS for ammonia, they would, may have installed it on their own, not as a district requirement at that time, because it's still a new technology, and I think the district is working towards that. But that's why when I heard testimony that it was certified by the district in all these years, I'm just questioning it. That's all. And more fundamental, again, is there a violation if I don't see a condition 82.2 that says you have to have a SEMS for ammonia? So it goes back to the finding that we have to make. Where is the violation? There's a requirement that you have to have the 5 ppm and average and so forth. But that's my understanding is they do that during the testing, source testing, once a year and so forth. I'll wait to hear from if you know.
What I can say is that we do 6 months stack testing, and that includes the CO, NOx, and SOx. I cannot comment on the ammonia.
And we also do a yearly ammonia slip test.
Testing.
But I see what you're saying. You're basically asking, has the ammonia analyzer in and of itself been certified? And
Right.
You're right.
And the condition that says that you have to have ammonia SEMS is what is missing from what I'm seeing in the permit. And if so, are you in violation of a condition which is cited 82.2, D82.2, which doesn't specify the pollutant? It doesn't say NOx and ammonia.
If I may interject, on page 7 of the petition, it talks about why they need the information from the SIMS. It's on the first paragraph
Page 7 of the permit?
of the petition. It
Oh, sorry.
explains why they needed the SIMS.
Yes. And because that's one way to calculate the NOx, and there's a procedure to do the NOx calculation having those readings. And while you can use the SEMS, but there's also other calculation producers that can be used to calculate the NOx emission.
What about administrative condition number 2, that the operator shall maintain all equipment in such a manner that ensures proper operation of the equipment? Is that not
Yeah, but-
equipment that's part of the permit?
Yeah, it doesn't refer to the ammonia SEMS, that's all. I'm just looking for where it says you have to have the ammonia
I see.
SEMS certified and in operation and do certification and so forth. In the permit, I'm not looking at the petition, the permit. So are they in violation of it? And maybe district staff can answer the question.
I think before we make a determination, I think we need to maybe take a break and find where it says so in the permit.
I would direct you to A195.3. It does provide that the 3-hour rolling limit of 5 parts per million.
No, that doesn't actually, because I think as Mr. Cox said, when they do the source testing,
Oh, I
that's why,
understand.
and that's what most facilities do.
Understand.
Because the NOx SEMS, ammonia SEMS, the certification is still being worked on by the South Coast. As far as 2018, I don't know if they've, settled it or not.
Let's stop here. Ms. Sue, do you think that during a break you might be able to ascertain from district staff where in the permit there's a violation?
I can have a conversation with staff, yes.
Okay, so then let's leave that one issue off the table for this moment. And if there's any other questions for Mr. Mahaber Singh with regard to good cause, let's get those asked now. And then we can go off the record and perhaps have Ms. Sue introduce a district witness who might be able to tell us what the potential violation is, or the violation is, if there is
If
one.
there is one.
Senator, do you have?
As the manager, were you aware that following all the troubleshooting, they could not get the system to work?
Yes, and that was not until the end of December into January.
Question is, they could not get the system to work after all the troubleshooting, yes?
Yes,
And it was decided that the failure was catastrophic. You heard that, right?
I did hear that, yes.
So when you sent it back to Sims, did you anticipate that Sims could repair a catastrophic failure? Or were you aware that it could repair a system that had been noted as a catastrophic failure?
We still, at the time, based on the information we had, which was the error messages, we felt like the analyzer could have been repaired.
When did you learn that it could not be repaired?
It was not until we actually got it to the shop and they tested it and determined that it could not be repaired, or that a new laser could be located for it.
What shop? Your shop or?
The Semtech.
Sim shop.
Semtech shop.
And when did they tell you that it could not be, it was not repairable?
It was again, the firm confirmation was from Mr. Crawford on January 13th, but based on the progress they were making at the shop, the decision was made internally to go ahead and proceed because we felt like this was not going the right direction we wanted it to.
Mr. Crawford was still doing some troubleshooting?
Yes, Mr. Crawford was,
After you sent it back to Sims?
Mr. Crawford was at the shop, working with the shop technicians.
Same shop.
Yes, they were at the shop working on the equipment, and he was sending updates from his findings with the tech shop technicians. Based on those emails that I was seeing, I was texting Mr. Cox and our environmental specialist to proceed with the petition.
So it was determined at that time that it was not repairable?
the firm determination was not until January 13th, which was this Monday. But based on the communication I was seeing, I felt like because of January 18th deadline, we were not going to have sufficient time to get this resolved.
So you had to replace it, you're still looking for parts, in other words?
We were still looking for parts, but we were doing parallel paths. So at the January 9th timeline, I exchanged text messages. I spoke to our environmental specialist to go ahead and do a petition, and as well as at the shop, get a quotation, try to start getting a quotation for a new device as they continue to do troubleshooting.
What's the timeline for which you expect the part to be replaced?
We didn't have a timeline for the part.
But
you have an
moving
idea?
forward, let's wait until we get
I know, I just,
into the
I want to know
merits.
how they would couple with the fact that they filed for a petition, knowing in advance it's going to take a certain amount of time, which means they could have given notice. That's why I was building a foundation.
Okay. I prefer not to go into the merits, but if it helps you, then you can
foundation.
ask it.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay. How much time did they tell you in advance, or today, that it would take to find a replace part?
I would have to defer to Mr. Crawford. I
Whoever
can't
can
answer
answer.
that.
Do you want to?
Yeah, so we were told months, but we have received a quote that are saying it will be around 7 to 8 weeks, and we do have the potential to expedite it if we were allowed to go that route.
So you had time. Okay.
We'll have to handle that when we get there, but 7 to 8 weeks, does that put us beyond 3 months from December 24th?
From December 24th, you'll be cutting it close, yes, ma'am. You'll be cutting it
Because
close.
you're asking for a short variance, but that's not today.
Gotcha. Understood.
We may have a real problem then.
Okay.
Gotta get our dates right.
Okay. And I should be very clear, I wanted to correct this earlier. Mr. Allen, you mentioned that the relief that was given in the ex parte was from December 18th.
I thought that was the case.
No, we do not give retroactive
Okay,
relief.
okay.
So
I
it
was
was
just
from,
trying to calculate 30 days, but
it was December 24th, so 90 days is the maximum amount, including a short variance, so.
you had, just.
But we're not there yet, we're not
Yeah.
in the merits.
But for clarification for the future, so you're saying the interim variance that they're seeking would run from December 24? It would be calculated from that date? It would start?
The interim variance,
Yeah, that we're requesting.
the amount, 90 days
From when, though?
starts from December 24th.
That's
If we
what
were
I-
to
that's the
grant,
question, yeah.
if we were to hear and then grant an interim, it starts from today. But the total amount of relief we can give you cannot give you beyond 90 days.
Understood, okay.
Including the ex parte.
That's what I wanted the clarification on, thanks.
Okay. Aside from the potential violation, which is an important one, are there any other questions for either of the witnesses that still remain on good cause? Okay. Mr. Allen, did you plan to call anyone else for good cause?
No.
Okay. So then what we'll do is we'll take a short break so that Ms. Sue can consult with members of district staff to see if we can determine what the violation is, if any. Okay, so let's go off the record. 5 minutes enough, Ms. Sue, do you think? Okay, so we'll remain here, and then we'll just go off the record, and Ms. Sue will let us know when she wishes to go back on. We're off the record.
Oh, did they find it? I found it, I pulled it up. What are you looking at? But it stopped.
I believe Mr. Allen has another witness who can answer the
Wait,
question.
wait, one moment, one moment. Okay, we are now back on the record, and we have a new witness.
Good morning. Yes, and I believe Mr. Allen will present another witness from the facility, which will explain why they need the ammonia SIMS.
Okay, and then this witness has also not been
Not been
sworn
sworn
in? Okay.
You have to rise.
In the future, please, if you potentially could give any kind of evidence, please rise to be sworn in the beginning. Please raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Yes, in order to respond to the question posed by the engineering member, I would like to call at this time Eric Kleinschmidt, who is a Senior Environmental Specialist for Air Liquide. And let me go through this. Please state and spell your name slowly.
Eric Kleinschmidt, ERIC-KLEINSCHMIDT.
And are you testifying under oath?
I am
And where are you employed?
employed with Air Liquide,
How long have you been there?
15 years.
And what's your current position?
Current position is Senior Environmental Specialist.
And I believe you're a card-carrying lawyer, is that true?
No,
Okay, you're just
I just play one on TV.
all right. With respect to Mr. Balakabalan's question earlier with respect to the nature of the permit violation or apparent parent violation for which relief has been requested, I'd like you to clarify, if you can, the correct permit provision for which relief is being sought, because I had provided some data with respect to a permit that was dated May 9, 2013, and I believe you've indicated there is a newer version of the permit out there, which I did not have, and that it does include specific language with respect to why relief is needed here. Could you briefly respond to the question?
Yeah, so the current version is from September 4th, 2019, condition D82.2. The operator shall install and maintain a SIMS to monitor the following provisions: NH3 concentration in ppm, corrected 3% oxygen shall be installed and maintained, continuously record the parameter being measured.
And how are you able to determine compliance with that ppm limit?
It's a 5 ppm rolling 3-hour average,
Yes.
and we need this instrument to demonstrate compliance with that rolling 3-hour average.
So without the SIMS operational, you can't achieve compliance or determine compliance, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm hoping that responds to Mr. Balagapalan's question.
Yeah, is it the same condition, number D, 82.2?
Yeah, D82.2.
D, 82.2.
And we can provide you with a correct copy of the more recent permit provision so you can see that. My apologies, the permit I have is an earlier version and it does not have that number and it doesn't have that requirement for the 5-hour rolling average calculation.
Ms. Kleinschmidt, so do you happen to know when that requirement is put in?
Do not know when it was put in.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And A195.3, from which you're also requesting relief, is that relief not necessary?
Without the SIMS online, we have no means to confirm compliance with a 3-hour rolling average.
Oh, that's where the... Okay, so that just explains how to compute the rolling average, or no?
Is that their question?
I'm trying to understand, okay, I'm trying to understand where the non-compliance comes. Okay, so you just can't, you cannot either compute or report the rolling average and whether there's compliance with the 5 ppmv NH3 emission. Is this the only provision where the 5 ppmv emissions limit is set forth? Or this just tells you how to calculate it?
That tells us, that is where the condition is for the 5 ppm rolling 3-hour average.
But you're not asking to exceed it? is
No,
that
we're not
correct?
asking to exceed it.
Are we passing this down? Okay, we have, okay, well, this will be exhibit, what are we up to? 6? Exhibit 6 will be the updated permit conditions. So you're only asking for the install and maintain a SEMS. That's all you're asking for a variance relief from, not from the 5 ppmv NH3 concentration limit, correct?
Well, without the SEMS, we have no means of demonstrating compliance with that limit.
You have no means of demonstrating. However, should we expect it?
Yes, if we maintain ammonia injection rates, we would expect the ammonia slip rates to remain constant.
Okay, but if we grant you a variance today, well, we're not up to that, but, okay, but if we do grant you a variance today, and we grant you a variance, we're not going to be inclined to grant you a variance whether you know or you don't know from the 5 ppmv ammonia limit. That wouldn't be, just because your SEMS is not up and running, we're not going to be inclined to grant you that. Okay, well, we'll put that on hold, because now we do have at least one provision so that we can deliberate on the good cause findings, and then we'll address the rest when we get there to the merits. Okay, so any other questions before we move on from good cause and close the record? Okay. Ms. Sue, you do not intend to introduce anyone on good cause?
No, I do not.
Okay. Then I'll ask Mr. Allen if you'd like to give a closing on good cause, please.
Thank you. Just very briefly, the situation which confronted Air Liquide is kind of evocative of that old saying about it was when you're up to your whatever part of your region in alligators, it's hard to remember that your objective was to drain the swamp. This company, facing on December 17th the situation before it, had never experienced a failure of that catastrophic nature and had no reason to anticipate that failure. They reacted a week before the Christmas holiday, quite frankly, as quickly as possible, reporting it and attempting to fix it within the time authorized. That took them from December 17th to December 24th. I believe it's a 96-hour repair rule. They couldn't achieve what they needed, so they immediately filed for an ex parte. In doing so, and again, this year 2020 is evocative of another saying, 2020 is hindsight is, et cetera. Hindsight being that quality they lacked. They probably could have checked that box. They didn't, and they didn't because they thought and continued to think from December 24 until, if I heard the testimony correctly, and I think I did, and I think you did, the first week in January, January 9 to January 13th, they as a team decided that we cannot get this unit repaired, point one, and to Senator Holden's observation, nor can we order a new unit and have that new unit installed by January 18th. It's not going to happen. The repair won't happen. We've tried, our vendors have tried, our suppliers have tried, our consultants have tried, and we can't get the new unit ordered and installed. Maybe we could have, maybe we couldn't have, but we're not going to take a chance. Come January 9, the decision was made, let's file for the interim and the short variance. And that was based on almost continuous, in spite of the holidays, which are no excuse, in spite of New Year's, which is no excuse, in spite of the weekends, continuous conversation with all of the possible sources of a cure, with internal work, with troubleshooting, with Mr. Crawford's heroic and rather stubborn efforts to revive that unit, with efforts to locate replacement parts for a unit that has no replacement parts, with efforts to find other people who might have replacement parts. Finally, and again, the time is short, it's 30 days, they started it with a good faith belief that they could do that. They could simply find a unit, or they could simply fix what was broken. When it became clearly aware that it couldn't be done, it's a little difficult to pinpoint, but it was definitely January 2nd, January 3rd time frame, about halfway through the period of the variance that they made the decision, we're not going to wait, let's do what we should have done with the benefit of 20/20 hindsight, let's seek this variance, let's get this installed. It's my understanding, and I believe it's in the petition, it's certainly in the conditions pursuant to which the emergency petition was granted, that they would continue to evaluate emissions, and they are very confident, very high degree of confidence, per the petition, there will not be excess emissions. They've run this particular heater unit, they've run it through their selective catalytic reduction, they've monitored it for many, many years. They know exactly at what production rate, at what temperature rate, at what amount of ammonia injected into the SCR, they can continue to achieve less than 5 parts per million.
Unfortunately, we have not gotten that evidence yet, but.
No, I understand. I'm just saying the
not
petition-
Not relevant for good
Right,
cause.
right,
But
right.
we haven't gotten that evidence yet.
Right, no, there was some discussion to that effect, so I just wanted to refer to the fact that the petition does state that there will not be excess emissions. And we're prepared to address that later. The primary point, I think, and the point which you all made, and I think it's an excellent one, is why wasn't there adequate time given for public notice? Or should there have been adequate time? The initial belief was, we can fix this. We're very confident we can fix it, and if we can't fix it, our consultants can. And if they can't, they can find a repair. It's never happened before, but we've had problems with units, small, whatever, and they've been fixed. We've got a crack crew of resources to whom we can go, and they did go. Unfortunately for them, about halfway through that process, a little more maybe, I have to count the days, they made the decision, we don't think we've got that degree of confidence anymore, that these people can fix it for sure, or replace it for certain. And so let's go and do the next thing. And it was done in considerable haste. It was done on a Thursday, Friday kind of time frame. And as you can see from the document itself, it was basically, I think you got a red line copy signed in the wrong place because there was a frantic rush to deal with that situation. But I'm requesting that you make the required findings so we can get on our way here and get this unit up and the replacement installed, built, installed, and calibrated, and up and running.
Thank you. Ms. Sue, closing on good cause.
We heard testimony this morning on all the steps that the facility had taken to try to come into compliance as quickly as possible. And it seems as though maybe other people may have made different decisions along the way, but we did see that it seemed like almost every day they were trying to do something to get the unit up and running, and we're in conversations with people over the holidays. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board members, I just want to remind us the 4 findings that we need to make are for the good cause finding for an interim variance. They're the same ones we normally need to make. And what we're really considering here is, again, this occurred on December 17th, and here we are, it's now January 16th. And we still haven't had a noticed hearing, and we're being asked for, again, to have a hearing without notice to the public. So that's the background, and we've heard the evidence. Anyone wish to start discussions with regard to Mr. Balagopalan, would you like to? I know you.
Start since I was the one who handled the emergency ex parte, and at that time, based on the information that was provided, it did find good cause to issue the emergency ex parte variance, and with the conditions that were listed to continue to monitor as a surrogate, by monitor ammonia by having this NOx SEMS in operation, getting the data from there. Again, I think when they had the breakdown on the December 17th, they did file for the breakdown. I think the rule says within an hour of knowing it, but they had 24 hours compliance as far as a compliance to do something, and then when under rule, I looked at that time too, when I did the ex parte, I did look at the type, because this is a Title V facility also, so I did look at 3002, and I just had it here. So anyway, if it did say you have to, compliance, once you know that you cannot get into compliance, you have to file an emergency variance, which is what they did. I would have liked, even I was having a little bit of a, I was going back and forth in granting the emergency ex parte because I thought they could have maybe filed it a day or two sooner, but also then I looked at the calendar, it was, the holidays was around then, and the weekend it was Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday they filed for the 24th of, just before Christmas Eve. They filed it on the 24th, and we handled it on the 24th. And I, you know, we heard testimony from the parties that they worked diligently. They were in constant contact with the different vendors and troubleshooting, and their hope was that Mr. Crawford was probably very tenacious. The tenacity was thinking, hey, I can do this, and maybe I can repair it and get it done. And I think finally they realized that it's beyond their means, and so then they shipped it on January 2nd to Semtech, and then filed the variant. So I think in the diligence, you know, they maybe had even the ex parte they could have filed a day or two sooner, and I think they were. I think we heard evidence, at least in my mind, that they were working and they were hoping that before the emergency ex parte ends, they could have had the solution to this, but it looks like when they realized they were not going to meet that, then the next day they filed for this interim variance, and so I think, you know, and of course we have now determined that there is a condition that says that you have to have the NOx SEMS in, and ammonia SEMS and in operation, so they definitely are in violation of the of condition that requires that, and they cannot also demonstrate the 3-hour rolling average without the ammonia SEMS. And they did provide the hardship, you know, and the refinery is dependent on a liquid to supply the hydrogen. Without the hydrogen, the refinery will have to shut down, which will impact the consumers downstream. So that's, and I'm not sure, I don't think Chevron is on turnaround period now, where, so they're still in operation. So they need there's contractual obligations to supply it and the penalty, but most importantly that the refinery has to keep operating so it can make fuel, and so the consumers won't be affected. So there is a financial impact, and there's an impact on larger folks who need gasoline at a reasonable price. So let's see. So I think on that basis, I think I can find good cause.
Thank you. Ms. Senator, did you want to add?
I have some problems with good cause. It was identified as a catastrophic failure on December 23rd. You applied for interim variance at that point in time, and you were informed that the part really could not be repaired. You testified that if you had to have a replacement, it would take weeks, maybe months, to get the part in place. And so therefore, that being the case, you were put on notice that you needed more than just the interim variance, but short or regular variance. But you applied for short variance, which is 90 days, I think. And it could be beyond the 90-day time frame for you to get the new part in, to commence repairing it. You knew, not that you should have known, but you didn't know how much time would be required. That being the case, as you filed for interim variance, when you recognized you had a problem, you should have filed for, or you should give notice for the short variance, which you did not. So it's not clear in my mind yet that you met the time frame.
I think this is Dr. Bernstein, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a short comment. I'm hearing the testimony that has been presented today. It is my opinion that good cause should be granted, and that you have demonstrated good cause in applying for your interim variance. I know there's some question about the timetable, but sometimes we're hard to admit that something is just not going to be fixed by, no matter what we try to do. And mix that in with all the chain of command, and then stir in a little bit of the holidays, and things get a little bit more delayed, in my opinion, in my humble opinion, than they typically do. And so, in reviewing the findings, I think Mr. Bangalapalan summarized it and echoes my sentiments. I do believe that their good cause has been demonstrated.
I think this is a very hard situation. I think this is a very difficult situation, and one that I have not seen, where it's almost like it's there was a date, there was the December 17th, and then the initial ex parte, which I think was probably difficult, and on the 20, did I say, on the December 24th, when the ex parte was granted, difficult, but I'm sure Mr. Balagopalan made the proper and final and correct decision, because when you look at the findings, I do agree. For example, I don't believe that this could have been reasonably avoided. I think we've heard plenty of testimony today with regard to the fact that the issue that occurred is not something that has been occurring, even though this is an older SIMS. I don't see any indication from the testimony that something this catastrophic would have occurred, so given the holiday time frame. But now we're dealing with a different time date, which is now that that was realized at some point that there was no way you were going to make it in the 30 days or less that was granted for the ex parte, and that a noticed hearing for a short variance could be heard within 21 days from the date of filing. But it took until January 10th, and now we're not hearing it until February. So that's the dilemma, and something that we don't hear a lot. I'm going to go down to finding 4, because I do think that weighs heavily in terms of finding good cause. I do believe that Air Liquide, from everything that we've heard today, they're nothing but they are diligent in trying to make sure that they are in compliance and everything is working. And so I do believe that when we heard follow-up testimony from the person who might make the decision, that, and I apologize if I don't remember your name, but offhand, Mahaber Singh, that you may consider shutting down rather than being in knowing violation, where we've now had a hearing and you know you're in violation of moving forward, and that would have not only significant financial impacts, but also significant impacts, which we didn't actually really go over, but I think they might have been mentioned. On air quality, they certainly were mentioned in the petition, and we know that to be true if you're going to shut down and start up again. So that weighs very heavily to me in terms of good cause. But where I do have a real hard time is in our good cause guidelines for diligence in petitioning. We say that petitioners who take days or weeks to conduct testing programs, and yes, you were doing it while you were under a variance for ex parte emergency, but we're considering the interim variance from the date you filed for this, and we can hear it now. And all of this attempting remedies and conferring with the vendors and consulting experts, there was a significant amount of wheel spinning, it sounds like to me. And we couldn't really zero in on an exact date of when it was known for sure, but you knew that the handbook didn't handle this issue. You knew that right away. You knew that the laser is not a spare part, so it's not one that can easily be fixed. I know that there are other fixes that you've used in the past, but once those were attempted and failed, you knew that this was more serious. You knew that the technology has changed, and now you can't even get that same laser again. The OEM is in Norway. These are all things that demonstrated that it's difficult for me to find that you didn't anticipate that you'd need more time. But I think there's a lot of questions out there, and so I'm still not 100% one way or the other. But that's how I would weigh against good cause. But It's a hard one. Anyone else have any thoughts before we have a motion made and we make a decision? Okay, Mr. Balagopalan, if you want to.
Sure. The matter of Air Liquid Industry case number 5705-9, I move that we find good cause and move forward to the next step, which is the interim variance, based on the evidence we have heard today.
Is there a second? Dr. Bernstein seconds. Any discussion on that motion before I call for a vote? Okay. Mr. Krakoff, how do you vote on that?
Yes.
Okay. Senator, how do you vote?
No.
And I will vote no then, and motion passes 3-2. So at this point, I think, let's try to determine how much additional testimony we're going to need to make the 6 findings, or determine that for an interim variance now that we're in that phase, and then we could determine whether we should take a lunch break or not. Well, we're going to incorporate, and I assume there's no objection, we're going to incorporate the testimony and evidence from this morning's hearing. Is there no objection to that, Mr. Allen?
No objection.
And Ms. Sue, no objection? Okay, so we're going to incorporate that. We do need to hear some more information, testimony on excess emissions and why it is that there's a determination that there will not be any in terms of what's the alternative to the SEMS, and how do we know that we're not having ammonia slip? So we need testimony on that, and we'll need testimony, more testimony moving forward from today's date. Dr. Bernstein, did you have something else you want? Okay, well, we will take a break. Whether we take a lunch break or not, I think determines.
I would prefer to work through if we can.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Allen, I think that and monitoring moving forward and going over the conditions that have been proposed is what we'll need to hear, unless there's something else I'm missing for the 6 findings. Do you have any idea or estimate of how long that might take in terms of your affirmative witnesses?
I can't imagine it would take more than an hour. I think considerably less.
Okay.
Thank you, Senator. Because, obviously, it's up to you to the extent you have questions, and I can't anticipate that, but
Okay.
maybe 30 minutes. If I'm hearing you correctly, you just want testimony with respect to excess emissions, how they will be controlled, what kind of monitoring will be in place.
Everything we did not hear from the first part. So we've already gone over beyond reasonable control. If we can make the findings for good cause, we can make that finding. We've heard violation, although we have to go a little bit deeper and see if you
Right.
need further
Right.
variance coverage than just the one condition.
Yeah, I'm thinking out loud that Mr. Cox could probably provide most of that with respect to how we're going to monitor for and deal with control of emissions.
Okay, Ms. Sue, are you planning on presenting any witnesses?
No, I am not.
Okay. So then, if the board, unless the board, anyone on the board needs to take a lunch break, I will propose that we take a 5-minute break and we come back at noon and try to complete the hearing.
Thank you.
Just,
Mr. Balagopalan?
Yeah, I just want to make sure district staff will be available also, just in case there's some follow-up questions. So sometimes, I know they may have other commitment.
I believe they're available, but it's not my intent to call any witnesses.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're going to take a break for 5 minutes and be back on the record at noon, 12 o'clock. We are back on the record. Mr. Allen, would you like to give a short opening statement on the merits?
Well, very shortly, yeah, we've just had some discussions with the district as well, and I think we can address the board's concerns with respect to how, during the period of the short variance, we will be able to stay within the permit limit with respect to ammonia and NOx, and it will require some revision of some conditions that were previously addressed. And if the board wants, for the purposes of this hearing, to have testimony provided on that subject, we're prepared to do that right away to address that. I'm not sure if I heard the board correctly, but I assume you don't want me to go over each of the 6 conditions now and have testimony to that effect.
We will need any additional testimony for you to make the findings, all
Right.
6 findings.
Okay.
But let's mark, we received at the beginning of the hearing proposed conditions. Everybody has those still. We'll mark those as Exhibit A for the district. And you may take it in any order you wish. We need some additional information we did not receive
Right.
as part of the good cause determination. We'll need that for the 6 findings. And of course, we'll want to understand the changes in the proposed conditions and how that relates to the scope of what is requested in the variant.
Okay.
May I ask a clarifying question, Chair? Okay, this is the first time I'm sitting here, so pardon me if I'm still catching up. What we're hearing right now is a request for a short variance, is that correct?
That is correct. So right now, we need to make these 6 findings for a variance.
And a short variance would, what is the timeline on a short variance, just so I have that in mind as I'm hearing the evidence?
We are not considering the short variance today. We are considering today an interim variance, and the interim variance would take us from today through when the short variance could be heard on the noticed hearing, and that currently is scheduled for the 6th of February.
So we're hearing an interim variance that will take us till a short variance is heard on February 6th.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so I will call Mr. Cox to provide the additional,
Okay, and let me just ask, Ms. Sue, do you have any opening, any position, one way or the other, that you'd like to start the hearing with?
I think I've said it previously, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Allen, you may present your first witness on the merits.
okay, and that would be Mr. Cox, who's previously testified and is under oath. And I'd like to incorporate, obviously, his testimony in the earlier portion of this hearing today. Mr. Cox, is Air Liquide in violation of any rule or order of the district, to your understanding?
Yes, we are. I think it's specified in petition section 9, and it's noted in the variance petition. We are unable to meet the specific district rules and permit conditions.
And is it your impression that that inability to comply is due to circumstances beyond Air Liquide's reasonable control?
Yes.
And you testified to that effect earlier,
Yes, I did.
as did Mr. Crawford
Yes.
and Mr. Harbis Singh?
Yes.
Okay. And why do you feel that having to shut down would be equivalent to taking property?
So, well, if we were not allowed the ability to run our plant without the operation of the SIMs working fully, unfortunately, we would most likely possibly have to halt hydrogen production. And as I've stated before, that it would lead to economic, I guess, loss to not only Air Liquide, but Chevron and its customers, unfortunately.
And you heard testimony previously from the plant manager as well as the written presentation in the petition to that effect, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In fact, you prepared some of those numbers and some of those estimates, or you were involved in the preparation, is that true?
I was involved in the preparation.
Okay. So why is compliance with the district rule right now impossible?
Well, so the SIMS failure, we believe, was unforeseen and unforeseeable by us. And mainly that's due to 3 main things. We do the daily inspections that are done by our operators on their log sheet. We do have a preventative maintenance program that's done weekly, and that's done by our internal I&E technicians. And then beyond that, with the monthly PMs, that is done by our third-party contractor, JDL Design.
Okay. So in your view, would closing or shutting down the plant produce a corresponding benefit in terms of reducing air contaminants?
No, 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 I do not believe so. It would only economically harm Air Liquide, Chevron, and its customers.
Why wouldn't it reduce air contaminants?
Well, having us shut down, there's also, as you can imagine, there's emissions associated with shutting down and starting up a plant. And beyond that, because we know that we can monitor the NOx emissions that are coming from the flue gas stack, and we can also, based on historical data, we know what corresponding ammonia injection rates that will lead to low ammonia concentration and NOx concentration. We do not believe that having us to continue to run is going to result in excess emissions into the atmosphere.
But wouldn't shutting down production lower the amount of gasoline supply in the South Coast?
Yes, unfortunately, it would, and unfortunately, it's a supply and demand thing, and there may be rises in prices.
Well, wouldn't that reduce automobile emissions?
I don't believe so. I don't know. I think people would still drive.
It would not have a significant effect on the driving public.
Yeah.
Would it raise the price of gasoline, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay. Have you given consideration to curtailing the operations in lieu of getting this particular variance?
No, we have not given consideration to that, simply because we are obligated to meet a certain threshold amount of production for Chevron based on our product supply agreement that we have with them.
And during the variance, what are you going to do to reduce the potential? I believe you just told me that there would not be excess emissions. Is that correct?
Yes, I do firmly believe that. So we will continue to do the monitoring that was laid out in our emergency variance. There's some monitoring that we are doing with the operators to maintain the ammonia injection rate. We're recording that value on an hourly basis with our operators, and we also continue to record the NOx emissions. I think the ultimate goal with the SIMS and with the stack is to limit the amount of NOx emissions that come from that stack. So.
And elaborate for my benefit and the benefit of the board, how does controlling the amount of ammonia injection affect ammonia slip, NOx emission control, et cetera? How does that work?
And before you do that, Mr. Allen, did you say that there were going to be changes that have been agreed to for the proposed conditions so that we can know what those are before Mr. Cox discusses them?
We were discussing those, and I believe we've got preliminary agreement on those to address your primary concern.
Should we go through them before Mr. Cox testifies as to how control will work? Or is that part of the proposed changes?
You know, I think we can do it either way. We can talk through them generally.
We had discussed potentially adding a Draeger tube testing in the interim to ensure that the 5 ppm ammonia limit is met. We haven't agreed yet upon the number of times per day this testing would be done, but we thought that would be one way to address the 5 ppm limit.
And we would also, I believe you have the proposed conditions before you, is that correct?
Yes, but can you just slow down for a minute? I know we want to try to get this done so that we don't have to take a lunch break, but Draeger tube, can you please, what is that?
I will allow Mr. Cox to testify.
Okay, I'd like to, because I'd like to write it down so that Mr. Cox, we
Draeger
know.
is spelled D-R-A-E-G-E-R, I believe, tube.
Yes, that's correct. It's a German.
Let's let
Okay,
Mr.
okay,
Cox, Mr. Cox, can you?
Okay, wait.
Take your
Okay,
time.
Draeger tube testing, and what was the other major change? Was there another major
Well,
change?
there's currently a limit on, we're supposed to notify, the petitioner's supposed to notify the district in the event that they are injecting more than 11.45.
That's in condition 3 that is
Yeah,
proposed.
we would, rather than notify, we would agree to limit the
Limit.
amount of ammonia injected to that figure. And that's a little problematic, but it's what we're going to do. So
Okay.
those are the two primary things we discussed to prevent excess emissions with respect to NOx and ammonia. There are
Okay.
two limits.
So with us knowing that now, I
Okay,
think it'd be
sorry
make
for the-
much more sense to.
Yeah, I didn't,
to
With the cart,
question Mr. Cobb.
My apologies if I put the cart before the horse, but with respect to what you're going to do to reduce excess emissions, can you explain what it is you're considering doing now, and do it relatively quickly, because I think we understand it, but for the record?
Oh, yes, absolutely. So just a quick summary. We have an SCR catalyst, and it uses ammonia, and it reacts with NOx, and that's what produces nitrogen and water. So it's used as a way to reduce the amount of NOx emissions. And so since our NOx analyzer is still working fine, we can monitor our NOx emissions. The issue is we can't, since the ammonia analyzer isn't working, we don't know the ammonia concentration that's leaving the stack. And so what we're planning on doing is, just based on historical data, we know at certain rates the amount of ammonia that was being injected to control the NOx emissions, and as well when the ammonia concentration was below the 5 ppm limit as well. So we've had a spreadsheet that's set up, and we sent it to AQMD as well, and basically it monitors the NOx emissions and also monitors the flow rate of ammonia that's being sent to the SCR on an hourly basis.
And just to make it clear, you have data from October 15th to December 24th showing if we add this much ammonia to the process, we achieve this result, and we don't exceed the 5 part per million by volume for the ammonia, and we control NOx.
Yeah, that's correct.
Has that data been shared with the district?
Yes, it has.
And are you prepared to share additional data with the district concerning daily use of ammonia?
Yeah, absolutely.
That could be made available in real time?
Yes.
Okay. Those are the conditions that we're describing with respect to activity that will be taken to reduce excess emissions.
I'm sorry, and since we're there, just to be clear, the amount that you have seen on that spreadsheet and historically is an a top range of 11.45 pounds of ammonia per hour?
We have seen slightly higher. I think the highest I've seen is around like 12, around that. But where we're at right now, 11.45 is a reasonable number for us right now.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we tie into the condition and that's the number that you find on the spreadsheet.
Understand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And have you agreed, or will you agree to monitor or otherwise quantify emissions and report those levels to the district?
Yeah, absolutely.
And you've testified previously as to the impact to Air Liquide if the petition were denied. Just very briefly, any additional consequences if the petition were denied? Relationships with Chevron, customers, whatever issues?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, there's, I guess, the human aspect of it all, and it definitely would affect Chevron and our relationship with them.
Okay. Has Air Liquide received any complaints from the public regarding the operation of this equipment?
No. Our facility is located within the Chevron refinery, so we're kind of a little insulated from the public due to that. So, no, we have not.
What about during the period of the emergency variance? Any complaints from the public?
Oh, no, sir.
Okay. How about from Chevron?
No.
Air Liquide employees complain?
No.
About ammonia or any other issues?
No, they have not.
And have you received any notices of violation from the AQMD with respect to the operations of the selective catalytic reduction, the SCR?
No.
Or the SEMS?
No.
Okay. I don't think I have any further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Sue, do you have any questions for Mr. Cox?
Good morning. I apologize if I missed this. Could you describe how Draeger tube testing works?
Oh, yeah. So basically with the Draeger tube, we'll be able to grab samples of the gas that would eventually be measured by the SIMS unit. And so they'll allow us to give us like a snapshot view of the concentration of ammonia that's leaving. So obviously with that, it's not a continuous like ammonia analyzer would be, but it will give us an idea of where we stand in regards to concentration of ammonia leaving the stack.
And would it be possible for the facility to do this Draeger tube testing 3 times a day, about every 8 hours or so?
Yes, we can do that.
Thank you.
Does that give instantaneous answers? Meaning, were you done?
Yes.
Okay. When you take a Draeger tube test, do you get instantaneous results?
Yes, you do.
Mr. Krakow?
Again, pardon me, because some of the questions might be more rudimentary. This is, I guess, a clarifying question about ammonia. We've talked a little bit about, the risks of releases earlier today, and it is one of the conditions for the variance, of course, about the emissions. What is the concern with ammonia? Is this a toxic air contaminant that can affect the nearby community? Is it more of a regional air quality issue? This may be for you, maybe it's for the district staff, maybe my colleague, Mr. Balagopan, can answer that, but it would be helpful for me to understand, and perhaps the public listening, as to why are we concerned about ammonia in this situation?
Oh, that's a good question. I'll answer, I guess, more so for personnel exposure, and then maybe they can speak to the environmental part. But ammonia in and of itself, it is an irritant. It can cause irritation in the eyes. It can also cause irritation on the skin. So it is a risk to people. And so you want to definitely do your best to not expose personnel to it. And maybe everyone can add some more details too.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Oh, can you do that? Oh, I'm sorry.
We could do this so we could cut down, but please, since you are ready to testify today, just remind us who is speaking so we keep this record.
This is Arun Mahabir Singh, the plant manager. So there's two types of ammonia usually in the industry. We're using aqueous ammonia, which is only 30% ammonia. The other 70% is usually water. So it's very low concentration of ammonia being injected. So the hazards that we're referring to, ammonia slip coming out of the stack, is very low concentration. We're concerned with. So it could be a concern more in ammonia supply if there's a leak on the line going into the ammonia system. But where we're referring to ammonia slip out of the stack, the concern is, yes, ammonia out of the atmosphere, and could you have public receptors? There's not a concern there for me. There's no complaints from our staff. There's no complaints from Chevron.
Thank you. I have one other question. You also have a NOx monitoring system, SEMS, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But that's a separate unit than the ammonia SEMS we're having trouble with, correct?
Correct.
And as far as you know, that NOx SEMS is working as intended?
Yes, sir.
I want to nail down the scope of this variance in terms of the rules from which you will get variance coverage. Condition D 82.2. Now that's the, bless you, that is the actually, I don't know if I'm going to Mr. Cox or this. Actually, I'm going to pose this to Mr. Cox since you actually had the testimony in the first place.
Okay.
D82.2, that's the most relevant. That's the one that requires the SEMS and the SEMS to be in good working condition. So that I understand. Rule 1303, you cannot receive a variance from that. That is a rule that requires the executive officer to make certain findings with regard to BACT and not to grant permits unless they have certain things in them. So that's not something that we as a board can give you. That's not something you're required to do, that you're getting a variance relief from. Condition A 195.3, I have concerns because I feel you're telling us on the one hand no excess emissions, but on the other hand you're asking for relief from the 5 ppmv ammonia.
No. I'm not sure that's correct, is it? We're not asking for relief from that. If we,
You're not? It's in there on page.
I think that.
I'm sorry, it's on page 5 of the petition, item number 9, condition A 195.3, which I'm reading. The 5 ppmv NH3 emission limits is averaged over 3 consecutive hours at 3% oxygen. Are you asking for a relief from that or not?
No, we're not. I guess the best way to clarify that is that we do not believe we're going to surpass that limit.
Okay.
So we're not necessarily asking for relief.
Not necessarily or not asking?
We are not asking for.
Okay, so I will take that out of your petition.
Okay.
Okay, and then what we're left with is
E2.
just E2, which is the administrative condition to keep things in good working order. Okay. Okay, and the other question I had was with Dregger tube testing, but that was answered, so 3 times a day, 8 hours apart. That's what we would draft a condition that you can comply with.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, and then 3, you agreed, what is condition number 3? You agreed to be an actual, just a limit, not to exceed 11.45 pounds of ammonia per hour.
Injection, correct?
Injection, correct, okay. Dr. Bernstein?
Madam Chair, just for clarification, ammonia is in fact a corrosive gas. It can affect your eyes and your skin, and particularly your respiratory tract, as it is corrosive to those organs and elements. So just to be clear, and of course that's why we have limitations in the emissions range to prevent any of those side effects to any of our constituents, any of our employees, and anyone in the surrounding area. So just to clarify that ammonia is in fact a corrosive gas, and that is why it's so important to talk about today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bernstein. Any other questions on the 6 findings, Mr. Ball? Oh, sorry, Ms. Sue.
May I also propose one additional condition?
Yes, and then Mr. Balagopalan has questions.
If the NOx level falls below 2 ppm, that a Jaeger sample be taken within 5 minutes and the ammonia results be reported to AQMD.
Okay, so
yeah,
if the
that's
NOx levels drop below,
Below 2 ppm, that a Jaeger sample be taken within 5 minutes and the results reported to AQMD.
two ppm. Dregger tube sample shall be taken within 5 minutes,
Correct.
Have to increase it.
and the results,
Reported to AQMD.
I agree.
we'll get to that. Yes, that is a new proposed condition. To AQMD, how? Cut smog?
Yes, that's fine with.
If the NOx drops.
Okay, Mr. Balagopalan, you had questions?
Actually, on this condition that Ms. Su just mentioned,
They're doing,
I'll just wait for Mr.
that's what we talked about.
Mr. Cock, you heard the condition that Ms. Su suggested. So how would you be notified when the NOx level drops below 2 ppm?
Oh, it's on our SIMS. So that NOx concentration is still being measured. So
You know, and how would the notification occur? I mean, you've set a lower limit for alarm, or how is the notification?
So that will have to be on the spreadsheet. We have a conditional formatting, so whenever it's below that number, then we'll make the call, necessarily call it AQMD.
No, then it requires that somebody go out there within 5 minutes. Now, I think we heard testimony that the stack is quite high and somebody has to climb up. Can they do it within?
Oh, no. So the Draeger testing is lower to the ground. They wouldn't have to climb to the
They have
top
to
of the
climb to the
stack.
stack?
No, sir.
Because they're doing it at the inlet to the,
Inlet to the stack.
Stack.
So basically, you can imagine just a tall stack, and then there's a horizontal portion that's closer to the ground, and the sample location is before it goes into the
right,
stack.
the engine.
But
So
yeah,
they
you
can
wouldn't
be
have to-
done within 5 minutes then?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Now, have you done the Draeger test before?
Wilson have to speak to it. As far as I know, we haven't on a stack.
I've done it before.
And how reliable do you say that a Draeger test is?
So the Draeger test is graduated. There's 0 to 10 and I think 0 to 30, but it's graduated. You definitely have a 0 to 5 ppm limit in there. It has some kind of desiccant or compound inside. So as you pull the gas through it, it changes color, and as it changes color, you'll see where it stops, and that's how you know what the limit is.
And have you used it before at this?
The operators have used it in the past. It wasn't recently, but so we'll have to retrain them.
Okay, so, and you have those instruments there?
Yes, we do have we have about 20 right now, or a little bit more, so we'll have to purchase some more tubes.
Right, okay. And either one of you can answer, Mr. Cox or Mr. Mahabir Singh. In the interim variance, there was a condition to provide the curves between the relationship between NOx and ammonia. Was that provided to the district?
We provide them the raw data. I don't necessarily know we provide them curves per se, but we did provide them the data.
How do you determine the 11.45 is the optimum number, the injection rate for ammonia?
We based it on our recent run, and we looked at basically the ammonia injection rate that was keeping the NOx below the 5 ppm, and then we applied the 1.1 factor to get to 11.45. So the actual number was around like 10.4, I want to say, and we multiplied that by 1.1 to get to 11.45.
You looked at historical data or when you were in compliance with those limits?
Yes, sir.
And, okay.
Exactly.
Just a clarifying question through the chair.
Yes.
You meant 5 ppm ammonia.
Yes, yeah, it's 5 ppm of ammonia, and it's also 5 ppm on the NOx as well. So there's,
Yeah, the limit happened to be the same in this case. Yeah.
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify something. So for me, the Draeger 2 testing analyzes what?
it can analyze ammonia.
Okay, so it can analyze ammonia, it analyzes NOx as well?
No, I don't believe so.
No, so simply you get readings with regards to the concentration of the ammonia,
Yes.
which is limited to 5 ppm,
Yes.
right? And that will be reported.
Yes.
Okay,
In
so
a
in our,
new
so in our,
condition.
pardon me?
In a new condition.
Right, okay, thank you. I was just gonna.
Oh, yeah,
I was
it's
just
not
gonna
on the
say,
original.
Yeah, the discussion is on NOx on the last condition. I just want to make sure that there is a condition, of course, that addresses the ammonia concentration, since that's what we've been talking about for the last 3.5 hours.
I've been trying I've been trying to draft that up, but yes, that was the proposal.
And that's what I was going to ask Mr. Cox. I know you're agreeing to the 5 ppm, but the limit is, it's currently the permit, it's because you got the monitoring is average over 3 hours, so you could go higher. So, but you're willing to an instantaneous 5 ppm, then you are basically, in trouble.
You bring an excellent point up. I don't think we necessarily have a choice, because since we're only doing it 3 times a day, we would have to abide by the 5 ppm.
Right, so that you're aware of that then, because it's not, currently it allows you to average, which means it could be 10, 15, it's averaging, yeah.
Agreed, yeah.
And the Draeger tube, it's a handheld unit, and it depending on the type of tube, it'll say how many times you have to push the diaphragm pump, basically, to pull the air through the tube to get a calorimetric, change in color. It gives you a reading, a visual reading. It's not the most accurate, but it's qualitative, gives you data. And its only concern is, it's, you're accepting the condition, I'm fine with it. I just want to make sure everybody's aware that that is a.
I've not vetted this with the district, but if they want to say, on average, 3 samples, I'm fine with that. If the district is okay with it, we would certainly agree to take the point that was raised. We would not exceed 5 ppm from the results of 3 8-hour samples. The average of those 3 would never exceed 5, just to allow for a little swag.
Does,
There will be no sweat.
I'm sorry, the condition is going to include that they can't, that's part of their permit, that they can't. I understand the averaged over 3 hours.
Right.
We're going to write that into a condition?
No, because they're agreeing to 3 readings a day, so they add and divide by 3 so that it doesn't.
Understood. I understand what's going on. Okay. We're not giving variance relief from the 5 ppm limit.
No, we're not, but the 5 ppm, but it's,
Oh, you wanted,
yes, it's average over 3 hours, so.
Or average, you have time if you have a high, like he's saying, if you have a high hour,
It's more
We're
restricted.
make a change.
No, no,
I
it's
don't
not,
know
it's
what-
more,
They're not asking for
do you
variance
want to
relief.
take the 5, or do you want to try to 5 average?
But then give that
Average
information
it
to the
or
district.
go higher. I just.
Well,
feel
he's
like-
not going to go higher.
Well, then average.
no, they'll violate
That's
it
what I'm
right
saying.
away. That's what I'm saying.
And if I have to,
That's a violation already, knowing it's going to violate, that's my concern.
Okay, Mr.
I think that's fine, in particular because they are also agreeing to 11.45 pounds of ammonia per hour. So there's multiple checks on this ppm limit.
So, okay, what are we, let's get some language out, because otherwise we're never going to zero in on anything. I thought that this condition was going to be about testing, and I thought it was that Draeger tube testing for ammonia slip, right? Is that what it is? For ammonia slip at the inlet of the stack will be conducted 3 times a day, and in parentheses, approximately every 8 hours. Do we need something more than that? And then and a log will be kept of the readings, and petitioner shall provide such log for review to the AQMD upon request, unless, did you want it immediately?
No, that's fine the way you read it.
Fine by me.
And I'll read it slower, but, okay, so it's a monitoring provision, condition. And then also the one that was just proposed, if the NOx levels drop to 2 ppm or below that, the Draeger 2 samples taken within 5 minutes,
And the results reported.
and the results reported. Okay.
And just to specify it, that a ammonia Draeger sample be taken, just to be more specific.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That an ammonia Draeger sample be taken, just to specify what we're testing.
Thank you.
And are we also adding the average over 3 readings, or?
At this point, this is just a reporting requirement. If the board wants to have an averaging and limit component, that is fine, but right now, as we had proposed it, it was just a reporting and monitoring, because it is, as you've pointed out, Mr. Balakoban, it is very difficult to correlate these snapshots with a 3-hour average concentration.
So it's just for reporting? Okay, if that's, yeah, that's fine.
And maybe we could have an immediate reporting to the district if it's 5 ppm or higher on any one reading.
Yes, that's fine.
That makes sense? Okay. Senator, you had questions?
The conditions explain everything. In fact, the answers, the questions that's been raised, conditions do exactly that. Start with 6 and work back up to 1. It says that you should notify the district if NOx SIM for H101 heater fails daily calibration. Tells you it's clear. So that means you have a measuring device to determine what the numbers are. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. That's
Instantaneous, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, fine. That's all you got to say. And then number 5, she notified the district if NOx level from 11-101 exhaust stack exceed 4.7. Those numbers are there, 4.7 or below 1.5, right?
Correct.
You have a measuring device for that, right?
Yes, correct.
Already in place.
Correct.
Instantaneous, is that correct?
Correct.
For NOx.
For NOx. That's for
For
NOx.
NOx.
Yeah, it's for NOx.
And then now you can just jump to 3, because 4, you don't, it's self-explanatory. She notified the district within 2 hours if the ammonia injection rate exceeds 11.45, right? That's instantaneous. You got a measuring device for that, right?
Yes,
Injection is what they control. Is injection what you control?
Yes.
And is ammonia slip what comes out?
Yes.
And is that what the SEMS is intended to read?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, you inject a defined amount of ammonia you're injecting, and the rate is to be determined, is that correct?
You're correct. Yeah, we have ability to manipulate the rate of ammonia injection. Yes.
All right, that's your answer. And then your goal to achieve is item number 1, condition number 1, which is pretty clear. So that's
correct.
Again, that's NOx, yes.
Yes. Correct.
right. Is that's the NOx concentration level.
Correct.
I'm ready.
Okay. Any other questions on the 6 findings before we close the hearing? Okay. And Mr. Allen, you don't intend to introduce any other witnesses?
No, I don't.
And Ms. Sue, no witnesses?
No witnesses.
Okay, and we're good to close the hearing? Okay. We're going to close the hearing, and Mr. Allen, if you'd like to give a brief closing on the 6 findings, you may do so, or you may rest.
I think I shall rest.
Ms.
You
Sue?
tired?
Ms. Sue, same.
think
I
we're all
just want,
tired.
I just wanted to point out, I think the new conditions will help assure the public and the board that the facility will continue to comply with their ppm limit for ammonia during the time of the variance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone wish to begin? Mr. Krakow?
Just a clarifying question again, because this is my first time. What happens on February 6th?
On February 6th, we have already a noticed short variance hearing, so the board will convene again. We're about to determine whether an interim variance will be granted between now and then. And then we will make a decision as to whether to grant a short variance, which will go longer, and how long, et cetera.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
so one
Dr.
question.
Bernstein, go ahead.
Do we have exact dates regarding the duration of this interim variance?
Yes.
Okay.
Which will be made on a motion, but it would start today, and it would go no longer than 90 days from December 26th, when the ex parte was granted, or it is the 26th. I thought it was the 24th. I kept saying the 24th, but apparently I was wrong. It is December 26th, or until this matter can be heard on a short variance, which is currently scheduled for February 6, 2020, whichever comes first. That would be the term. Okay, but let's first digress and discuss the 6 findings and whether we can make them before. I don't know if you wanted to start, Mr. Balagopal.
Yeah, I can start. I think we did make the finding maybe we did good cause that they are in violation of permit condition, specifically D82.2, because their SEMS, the ammonia SEMS is not working, and so they cannot provide a 3-hour average for the ammonia reading, and so they're clearly in violation of that condition, which is, and we also heard that this, I find the 6th finding, that that the non-compliance, it's beyond the reasonable control. They didn't expect it. It was not a plan. It suddenly failed, and they took every measure they could to repair it. They did call a breakdown, and they did file for the emergency ex parte request, and then they were hoping to get it resolved before the ex parte emergency variance expired, but they were unable to do so. But I think we saw in the evidence they submitted that they were in constant contact with the different manufacturers trying to resolve the issue and so forth. But at the end, they realized that the unit had to be taken off and it has to be replaced. They have to get a new unit to replace that. So, so requiring compliance would be an unreasonable taking property, because as we heard, and that it will be without a corresponding benefit in reducing carbon. And as Mr. Cox pointed out, there are startup and shutdown emissions that will be associated with starting down and shut up. They have not given any consideration to curtailing operation, except they will continue to do the monitoring to ensure that the 5 ppm ammonia is not exceeded, and they're using historical data that when they were in compliance to ensure that, which is tied into that condition on the number 3, I believe it says 11.4 pounds of ammonia to be injected, not to exceed that. So, and that's something they have control on, and they can monitor and report. And in addition, they have the NOx SEMS, which is working, that will indicate if they to meet the 5 ppm. And there are conditions here. If they go below certain 1.5 or 2 ppm, they have to take certain actions, so they can do that. So, and we also heard testimony from Mr. Cox. They don't anticipate any excess emission because the amount of ammonia they're injecting is will be equivalent to 5 ppm based on historical data. So they don't expect excess emission, excess of 5 ppm. So, and during this period of the variance until we have the short variance, they will monitor and do the monitoring as per the proposed condition in Exhibit A.
Thank you. I also agree that we can make the findings, and I want to say that there are no excess emissions that are anticipated of ammonia, and that the petitioner is not receiving a variance from the 5 ppm. So really, what we're looking at today is really just a SEMS issue and a monitoring issue with regard to the ammonia until they can get that SEMS fixed. And I had hesitancy before the hearing on the merits and the addition of those conditions, but with those conditions of the Dregger tube testing and not exceeding that, the injection rate that they know generally based on data doesn't get them, won't have any problems with ammonia, and will keep them in the 5 ppm NOx limit. I think that this is really hitting all of the findings. And I just wanted to hit curtailment, because short of completely shutting down, curtailment is not an option here, because the SEMS is required. If they're operating, the SEMS is not in place because it's not working and it's out for repair. And so no curtailment of operations is going to, short of shutting down, is going to get them where they need to be in lieu of a variance. Did you have something you wanted to add, Dr. Bernstein?
I just want to say that, given the provisions regarding the monitoring conditions that we've clarified in the proposed conditions, it is my feeling that we are able to make the 6 findings and grant the interim variance.
Thank you. Okay, so Mr. Balagopalan, do you wish to make a motion?
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Oh,
Senator, I did not know you had more to say.
I think that we can find the conditions. This is not like whether or not they've been given proper notice. This is voting on the merits of the request. I didn't think you met the other conditions, the notice, but I think you have on the merits of the case. And so therefore, I would vote to support it once the motion is made.
Great. Mr. Balagopalan, are you ready? Would you like to? Go ahead.
in the matter of Air Liquide US LP, case number 5705-9, I move that we grant a short variance commencing
Interim.
an interim variance, thank you, commencing today and continuing through for 90 days and not, through when we have the short variance hearing, but no more than 90 days from the date of, December 26, when the emergency ex parte variance was granted. And this is for the facility located at 324 West El Segundo Boulevard in El Segundo. And it's for the equipment that is listed in the petition. Basically, it's the, I don't have, the SEMS for the ammonia, which is not in operation. And also from the permit condition that is listed in page 5, except we're not granting the variance from Rule 1303, correct?
It will be from Rules 2004 F1, 3002 C1, 203B, and the permit conditions, specifically permit conditions D, 82.2, and E2 of the administrative section.
Thank you. And during this period, we don't anticipate any excess emissions. And let's see, that's what I had. Oh, I'm sorry. And they have to meet the condition that is listed in Exhibit A with the following changes that, let me see if I can get that.
Would you like me to read them?
Yes,
Did you
if
take
don't
it?
mind. Yeah.
I will. So what we've heard, and just agree or not agree to include it in your motion, condition 3 would be changed to state petitioner shall not exceed an ammonia injection rate of 11.45 pounds of ammonia per hour. So petitioner shall not exceed an ammonia injection rate of 11.45 pounds of ammonia per hour. Everything else will be taken out. I suggest that you add then as number 4, and then everything will get renumbered, a new condition that reads, petitioner shall conduct Draeger tube testing for ammonia slip at the inlet of the stack 3 times a day, and in parentheses, approximately every 8 hours, period. Petitioner shall keep a log. Go ahead.
If the NOx level drops below 2 ppm.
No, that's a totally different condition.
Oh, okay, sorry.
This Draeger tube testing will be conducted 3 times a day. Petitioner shall keep a log of the readings. Petitioner shall make such log available for review by the AQMD, SC AQMD upon request. Period. If any one Draeger tube testing is above the 5 ppm limit for ammonia, petitioner shall immediately report this test to the district. Okay. And then a 5th condition will be added, and that one will say, if NOx levels drop below 2 ppm, an ammonia Draeger tube sample shall be taken within 5 minutes, and the results reported to AQMD by calling 1-800-CUT-SMOG, period. And then, are there any fees that are due aside from excess emission fees? Clerk? So you could take out what is 9, what will be 10 once we renumber. So is that acceptable to you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And I will second that motion since I added all that in. Is there any discussion on that motion? Okay, Senator, how do you vote?
Aye.
Dr. Bernstein, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Krakow, how do you vote? Yes. I vote yes. Mr. Balagopalan?
Yes.
Okay, motion passes 5-0. Okay, thank you, and good luck. And one thing to consider before the short variance hearing is to make absolutely sure you understand how long you will have if we continue with the short variance. And if not, then come prepared to file for a regular variance so that we can get that notice going.
Yes, point taken.
Okay? Thank you. Any other business, board members? Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Krakow, for sitting today.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Hey, John, when we had 7.